And Mary Ann,
Yes, sir.
Miss Owens is supposed to be at 23rd District Court. She's in person.
Oh, okay.
So what time do you think we can get this done? Because they're asking for her now. She was being
Uh-oh.
pulled for it.
Uh-oh. Well, you know what? The prosecutor isn't even here yet.
Because what we're gonna do is we're gonna send her to 23rd. It's in person.
Okay.
And then I will communicate with you guys to let you guys know when she's coming back.
All right. I'll let everybody know on my end.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Sir, are you Mr. Sedlak?
No, that's not him. I had him in the wrong chair.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Any questions, just yell.
Mr. Lewis, you should see an invitation to join the breakout room.
Okay.
Good morning.
Yeah. You'll see this, you'll see it under breakout room. Okay.
Do you see, Mr. Lewis, do you see the invitation? It's somewhere, it should be on the screen, join breakout room.
Okay, I see it.
Okay.
Click it.
Yes, please. Thank
Okay.
you.
We can't hear you.
been here a couple of months. Maybe longer than that.
Sir, who's in the jail, are you Mr. Sedlak? Okay.
Get your arms up. You're in front of the judge and that, thumbs up. Because they may have to raise your hand.
Thank you, Deputy.
You're welcome.
Judge, can you hear me?
Miss Frederick, yes, we can hear you.
Okay, something's going on. I got a new phone and it's sending me the settings over and over. So I just want to make sure. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
I'm here for Mr. Sedlak, by the way.
You're here. Oh, great. Okay, thank you. Do you need to speak with him?
No, we just need to set the date for the exam.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Got days ago to say, this should be in civil law. I was in here yesterday, so this guy must be pretty important. And Freddie's like for him to bring in this letter.
He knows what that. I'm like, dude, you're making this worse. And then this afternoon, I looked at it, and I think we should be done by. I'm not gonna say, because I'm not gonna jinx us, but it looks good.
Yeah, looks real good. You know what, you'd be better? If a 1 o'clock would adjourn instead of the 11.
Well, our new plan, I'm not quite ready to go 5 at the same time, but I think we're gonna do 2 every half hour and see if that works, how that works.
Or maybe even 3, try 3.
Good morning, all. This is Judge Martin. I'm just waiting for the defense attorneys to speak with the prosecutors. We'll be ready to start going here shortly.
Your Honor, this is Attorney Frederick. I don't need to
Yes,
speak
Ms.
with the
Frederick.
prosecutor. Yes, I don't need to speak with the prosecutor. I just need a date.
Well,
I am headed to
give me a
circuit
second,
court.
ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, give me 1 second to grab a robe and a pad and we'll get going.
Okay, thank you.
You said 3?
Unless it's a homicide or something, no. Oh.
Something today, I think we're gonna put on for next week. So, yeah.
I can't get over how nice this place is. It's so nice.
We got a lot of problems with it, but I mean, when we moved there, I would take, this is
I'm in 36 where it's just a box that, so.
Well, I'm gonna spoil. Yes, to be in your presence. No, not that, end of it.
He's not in here and they can't see you, so. This is 240415 FY, State of Michigan versus Matthew Sedlak. Your appearances, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. This
Yes,
is Gunnar
ma'am.
Matherly for the people. This is Gunnar Matherly.
Good morning, Your Honor. Lisa
Number-
Frederick,
Ma'am,
P53372.
no,
I'm
no,
sorry.
no, no, no.
This is Gunnar Matherly for the people, P number 87297. I can bring, it's over, like.
I can hardly hear
it's
that.
just
I'm
my-
sorry, Jeff.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Ms. Frederick, we have, the APA is physically in the courtroom. And he was trying to put his appearance on, Gunnar Matherly,
Yep.
87297. He's the new prosecutor for 34th.
My apologies, Judge. Like I said, I have a new phone and it's misleading me right now.
Listen, no worries. It's Wednesday. It's fine.
Okay, so if I may, Lisa Frederick, P53372, appearing on behalf of Mr. Matthew Sedlak.
Sir, would you state your name for me, please?
Matthew David Sedlak.
Thank you. Today is the day and time scheduled for the first PCC in this matter.
Ma'am, how are we proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor, I would like to set this matter for preliminary examination.
Is discovery complete?
I don't know who was speaking.
You have defendant Juan Bell. An officer on deck. You got-
Ms. Frederick?
I hear other people speaking from the jail. I don't know.
No, they muted themselves. My question was, is discovery complete?
Not to my knowledge, Your Honor. I'm still waiting for any other, I think we have the paper discovery, but I'm waiting for any digital discovery that may be out there.
I will take a look at that, Your Honor.
Thank you. The APA has indicated that he will look into it. The exam date will be,
June 26th at 11:30.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
June the 25th at 11:30.
Six, Judge.
26, I'm sorry, June the 26th at 11:30.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Sedlak, you'll be here physically in courtroom number 1 on June the 26th at 11:30 a.m. Notice will be transmitted to the jail to get you here. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing else, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of Mr. Sedlak?
Yes, Your Honor. This date is quite a ways off. Is there any reason for that?
There is one for next week. I just gave you the June because I thought of the discovery. There's one for next week at 1:30.
No. I was just curious. I would rather have the discovery. I just didn't know if there was some issue that I needed to be aware of.
That the
I
way that
appreciate
this
it.
court operates, I see you, Mr. Sedlak, give me one moment. The way this court operates, I'm on criminal cases 2 weeks in a row, and then I'm off for 4 weeks.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That's
I
the only
understand, Judge.
delay. And we're happy to see you next week if you think you can work out the digital, if any issue with the APA.
No, I just was curious, and I probably should have just kept the question to myself.
No, because if you're not regularly here, you might not know that, but we try to accommodate people who are in custody sooner. And that's why I'll offer again, if you want to come in on the 22nd, I think Mary Ann said 1:30, I'm happy to have him scheduled for that date and time.
No, I understand. I'll keep it at the 26th, Your Honor, at 11:30.
Thank you, ma'am. Your client
Thank you,
has his
too.
hand raised. I'm not sure if you can see him. Mr. Sedlak, was there something you were trying to say?
Can I speak to my attorney, please? On a little breakout room?
We'll get you moved into a breakout. And ma'am, if you need to come back on the record after you have a chance to speak with your client, we'll recall the case.
Okay, very well. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Your Honor, just to clarify, because of the back and forth, it's the 26th at 11:30, right?
Correct. I said the wrong day. We're always on a Wednesday unless there's a special, and I don't know that you would be involved in the special.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Abbas, have you talked to the prosecutor?
Yes, ma'am, I did. He asked me for the proof of registration. I told him
Sir, no. My question was a simple one. Have you talked to the prosecutor? Once your answer is yes, I need you to
Yes.
stop so I can, okay. This is 4S4337476ST, State of Michigan versus Ali Abbas. State your name for me, please.
Ali Abbas.
Mr. Abbas, why weren't you here when you were scheduled on April the 10th?
I did not receive a notice.
Okay. The way the court staff have you labeled indicates that you're waiving your right to the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
The way the court staff have you labeled indicate that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've spoken to the prosecutor.
Yes.
Mr. Matherly, do you know how we're proceeding with this case?
If I may, can I just go?
Absolutely. Mr. Abbas, if you wait one
Yes.
moment, the prosecutor is going to get the information on how we're proceeding this morning. Give me just 1 second, please.
Okay.
spoken to my colleague, and he said that we're adjourning 1 week, so the defendant can provide proper registration.
Mr. Abbas, was it your understanding from your conversation with the prosecutor that this case will be adjourned 1 week for you to be able to provide proof that the commercial vehicle had been properly registered?
Yes,
Okay, well, sir, because you failed to appear on April 10th, you had not been arraigned. So for purposes of arraignment, because you are unrepresented, the court will have you stand mute to the charges against you. Set your bond at 1,000 personal. Sir, you don't need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed until such time as this case is resolved in its entirety. The case will be, the pretrial will be adjourned to May the 22nd at
9:30, Judge.
at 9:30. Sir, did you verify your address this morning with the court staff?
yes,
Notice of that date will be mailed to you at the address we have on record. Again, that's next Wednesday at 9:30, back on Zoom, back here with me in courtroom number 1. Is there anything else, Mr. Matherly?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Abbas?
no, thank you,
I'll see you next week. You have a good day.
thanks.
It appears that we're just waiting for attorneys to get logged on. I see quite a number of people. It looks like some might be in the breakout room, either speaking to or waiting to speak to the prosecutor. So sit tight. As soon as your attorneys are done with the prosecutor, we'll get you connected. Yep. Thank you, sir. This is 24L1179810T. This is Ranger Truck, State of Michigan versus Ranger Trucking. May I have your appearances, please?
Julie Worthman, my P number is, I'm sorry, 56734.
Today was the day and time scheduled for the show cause and arraignment pretrial in this matter. The court has received from the prosecutor an indication that your client will be entering a plea of responsible to no registration, the civil infraction under MCL 257.223 and the criminal violation of the registration would be dismissed. Was that your understanding?
Yes.
And you have authority from your client to enter that agreement?
Yes.
This court accepts your plea of responsible on behalf of your client to the civil infraction of no registration will impose a fine of $180. Does your client need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
No.
5 days to pay. Anything else in this matter, ma'am?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. You have a good day.
Thank you so much.
File. You said tickets. You scared me. Mr. Wolock, do you need to speak to your client this morning?
I do, yes, please.
Let's get you moved into a breakout room with Mr. Bynum.
Thank you.
You may approach without permission, it's fine. Thank you. Sir, your client's waiting for you in room 10. Mary Ann, get you a date and time 2 weeks out, please.
May 29th, 9 o'clock.
Absolutely. It looks like Wayne County logged off, Mary Ann.
Excuse me, Your Honor. This is Mr. Lewis talking. I was wondering who is my attorney? I don't know
Your
who it is.
attorney's name, it looks like it's Woodyard.
What are your okay?
If you look, I don't know if you can see the screen in the bottom left corner, it has your name, your other left. It
Yeah, I
has
see
your
it.
name on it. Okay, and it has your attorney's name behind it.
Okay, is he in here or not yet?
I don't see him. I'm looking in the breakout rooms. I don't see your attorney yet. But sir, let me say this, not just to you, Mr. Lewis, but to everyone else. I'm watching and my secretary's watching. When the attorneys log in, they're being put in to speak to the prosecutor. They'll come out to this main session. I'll ask them, do they need to speak to their clients? If they need to speak to you, you'll see an invitation to go into a breakout room. You'll go there, you'll talk to them. If they don't need to speak to you, I'll just call the case and we'll go through. I'm asking you to treat the Zoom the same way you would act if you were physically here in the courtroom with me. We don't scream out. If you have a question about something that's going on, there's a chat feature. You can send a question to Mary Ann, who is my secretary. Otherwise, if you can see me, I can see you. And when your attorneys get logged in and they're done talking to the prosecutor, we'll get you connected to them. We see you. We appreciate your time. I'm here. I'm just waiting for the attorneys to be ready.
Okay.
Thank you. This is 240412 FY, State of Michigan versus Jalen Bynum. May I have your appearances, please?
Morning, Your Honor. Adam Molak, P number 55741, appearing on behalf of Mr. Bynum, who's present on Zoom without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Bynum, give me your name for the record, please.
Jalen Bynum.
Thank you. Today is the day and time scheduled for the PCC in this matter. The court has received from the prosecutor a request to adjourn this matter for 2 weeks to review discovery and consider, I don't know what this next word is. Was that your understanding, Mr. Wolock?
That's my understanding, Judge. We received all the videos last night. We need time to review it.
Thank you. The 2 weeks will put us on May the 29th at 9 a.m. That will be in courtroom number 2 in person with Chief Judge Brian Oakley.
That's for a PCC, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Was there anything else on behalf of the people, Mr. Matherly?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of Mr. Bynum?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. Mr. Bynum, you're free to log off. Notice of that new date and time will be mailed to you at the address we have on record. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you as well.
Mr. Jadala, what are you ready with, sir?
Your Honor, I'm ready on Mr. Trammell Cooper.
This is 24WM00854ST, State of Michigan versus Cooper. State your names for the record, please.
Tramel Cooper. Your Honor, respectfully, Sam Rigidala, P 62186, appearing on behalf of Mr. Cooper. Purposes of arraignment, Your Honor, we'd waive formal reading and stay in mute. At this time, Mr. Cooper will be pleading to one count of failing to display a license. Original charge of driving while license suspended will be dismissed.
Thank you. Mr. Cooper, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to meet with Mr. Jadala this morning. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, Your Honor.
And after having that conversation, sir, it's your understanding and agreement that you will be entering a plea of guilty this morning to failure to display a license.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, is it true that on March the 24th, 2024, at the Detroit Metro Airport, which is located in the city of Romulus, you failed to display a license when asked to do so by uniformed law enforcement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Matherly?
People are satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Jadala?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Cooper, the court will accept your plea of guilty to the added count of failure to display and dismiss the original charge of driving while license suspended. Mr. Jadala, is there anything you'd like to say before fines and costs are imposed in this matter?
Your Honor, we just asked for minimal fines and costs.
Absolutely. Mr. Cooper, the court will impose the following: a fine of $100. There's cost of $100. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee. There's a $50 show cause fee for a prior failure to appear, $50 mandatory state costs, and $20 fund fee. That's $395. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then, Mr. Cooper, I need you to do one of three things. In the next 5 days, you are to come in person to the court and meet with the collection staff and set a payment plan, or call and set a payment plan, or go onto the court's website. There's a contact us button. If you click on that, it'll drop down and you can submit an electronic request for a payment plan. But please do one of those three things in the next 5 days so that you can avoid any additional penalties in this matter, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. You're free to log off, but again, remember to set a payment plan with the court staff. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Jadala? Mr. Janadia,
Yes, Your Honor.
how are you this morning, sir?
I'm doing great, Your Honor. How are you?
I am super. It's been far too long.
Yeah, it's nice to see you, Your Honor.
Did you need to speak to your client or were you ready to proceed?
Could I call him real quick, Judge? It'll just take me a second. I'm sure he's going to be happy with this.
Absolutely. Let's get you moved into a breakout room with him.
Okay, that'll just take a second. Okay.
These are 4S4350931 A and B. These are State of Michigan versus Pata. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning
How you
again,
doing?
Your Honor. Gary Janady on behalf of Fadi Patah.
State your name for me, please.
Fadi Patah.
Thank you, Mr. Pata. Today is the day and time scheduled for the arraignment, pretrial, and pre-hearing in these matters. Mr. Janady, the court has received an indication from the prosecutor that your client will be pleading guilty to no operator's license, and the careless driving would be amended to impeding traffic. Was that your understanding?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Pata, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. You had the opportunity to discuss this case with your attorney. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, it's your understanding and agreement that you will be tendering pleas this morning of guilty to no operator's license on person and responsible to impeding traffic.
Yes.
And you understand that if the court accepts your pleas this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Okay. No problem,
And
Your
you're
Honor.
entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty and responsible?
No, Your Honor.
You're pleading guilty and responsible because you are in fact guilty and responsible.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is it true that on March 21st, 2024, Michigan State Police found you to be operating a motor vehicle with no operator's license in the city of Romulus?
Yes, Your Honor.
And on that same date and time, sir, were you doing something to impede the flow of traffic?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are the people satisfied, Mr. Matherly?
Yeah, the people are satisfied, Your Honor.
Mr. Janady, are you satisfied?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of responsible to impeding traffic and will impose a fine of $195. The court also finds you, accepts your plea of guilty to the no operator's license on person and will dismiss the no license. Mr.
Judge,
Janady, anything before?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was
No,
just
you're
going to
fine.
speak. I was just going to speak before sentencing. Mr. Patah does have a valid driver's license at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Patel, the court will impose the following on the, in the no operator's license case: $100 fine, $100 in costs. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state cost, and $20 fund fee. That's $345 for that file. And again, $195 for the civil infraction. Sir, do you need more than 5 days to pay the fines and costs?
Yes, ma'am.
Then what I need you to do is one of three things in the next 5 days, sir. In the next 5 days, you need to call the court, speak to the collection staff and set a payment plan, or you may come in person, set that payment plan. Last but not least, you can go onto the court's website. There's a contact us button. If you click on that button, it'll drop down. You can submit a request for a payment plan that way. But please do one of those things within the next 5 days. Otherwise, you may incur additional penalties in these two cases, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Janadia?
Nothing else, Judge. Very nice to see you this morning.
Good to see you, Mr. Pata. You're free to go. You have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome, sir. Mr. Matherly in 240392 FY, State of Michigan versus Charles Campbell. The court received communication this morning that Mr. Campbell was transferred to another jurisdiction and requested this case be adjourned. We will be adjourning it for 1 week. Mary Ann, I didn't talk to you about a new date for this.
It's gonna be next week at 8:30.
5/22/2024, 8:30 a.m. as the adjourned PCC back here on Zoom. Mr. Bradford,
Good morning, Judge.
good morning, sir. I'm sorry. You heard my explanation regarding Mr. Campbell?
I did. I got the end of it. He's not here today, so it's being adjourned till next week.
St. Clair County took him, so he's not available to put on screen. So I'll see you next week on that case. Are you ready on your other client?
Yes, I have Miss Ayo Rende. I did speak to APA Mohammed, and we are discussing plea negotiations, so he had no objection.
Let me actually, I'm sorry, let me actually call the case first. 240368FY, State of Michigan versus Orion D. Please, may I have your appearances for the record?
Good morning, Judge Junior Staff, Cody Bradford with Neighborhood Defender Service, P85944. I'm here on behalf of Miss Ayo Rende, who is present. Miss Ayo Rende, can you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, EB Ron K. Ayarende.
Today is the day and time scheduled for the adjourned pretrial. I'm sorry, Mr. Bradford, how are we proceeding this morning?
Yes, Judge, I'm sorry to cut you off. I did speak with APA Mohammed. Last week, we adjourned it for discovery. After talking to him today, we are in plea negotiations, and he has no objection to adjourning this 1 week until next week to continue those conversations.
5/22/2024 at
9:45.
At 9:45 a.m. Mr. Bradford, is discovery complete in this matter?
I believe so now, Judge, yes.
Thank you. When you appear next Wednesday morning, we'll be looking to either accept a plea or schedule for exam, okay?
Absolutely.
Anything else, Mr. Matherly?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Bradford?
Nothing from defense, Judge.
Thank you. Ma'am, you're free to go. I'll see you next Wednesday morning. Court staff will mail notice of that new date and time to you at the address you verify. You have a wonderful day.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, have you already spoken with your client?
Yes, ma'am.
This is 240123FD, State of Michigan versus Purdue. May I have your appearances?
May I please, I'm the court, Vassal Johnson, the second P72130 on behalf of Mr. Purdue. He's present on Zoom, Judge.
Mr. Purdue, state your name for me, please.
Mondor Purdue.
Thank you.
Judge, today's date, time set for PCC. We're going to set this matter for exam.
I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson, you're not able to see him, but there is an APA here in the courtroom. Sir, your appearance for the record.
Oh, sorry.
This is Gunnar Matherly, PCC number 87297. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, is discovery complete in this matter?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you ready for exam next week?
Ooh. Can we have a little bit more? Mr. Purdue's he's got to grab the flash drive, Judge, so he can actually view. And I wasn't able to send it by email.
Mr. Johnson, no. It's fine. I just rotate off of the felony docket. I won't be back on until until June the 26th.
Okay.
So if June the 26th works for you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Uh, 1 o'clock, Judge?
Mr. Purdue, your in-person preliminary examination will occur on Wednesday, June the 26th at 1 p.m. That's in courtroom number 1 at the 34th District Court. Court staff will mail notice of that date and time to you at the address you verified this morning. Is there anything else, Mr. Matherly?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Johnson?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Purdue, you're free to go. You have a great afternoon.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Good morning. Thank you. Why do I feel like there was? Okay. That was the case with Mr. Dillard. It's Stam, Geraldine Stam. Is that one of yours?
I've got, Victor Grissom, Austin Radford, and Ronald Lee, and Chris Christian.
Then I'm just making up cases that don't belong to you. Her name is listed on the ROA. But if it's not, if Stam is not one of yours.
I believe your name just been signed by
Understood. Good morning, Mr. Martin.
Hey, good morning, Judge Martin.
How are you this morning, sir?
Hey, I'm great, Judge. Hope you're doing well. And I'm here just on one PCC for Miss Patricia Lewis. She's in MPOC.
I don't see her as of yet. I don't believe it was scheduled at 9:30.
Oh, 9:30. Oh, then I had that down as 9 incorrectly. All right. Well, I will probably log off and log back on as soon after 9:30 as I can, though I'll be at Frank Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. I'll see you then.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, permission to vote.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Sellers.
Good morning, Judge.
What are you here for, sir?
My hearing against Daniel Campbell, case number 24-1. I'm sorry, dash 24-01379-LT.
Mr. Sellers, you're 2 days early. That case is scheduled for Friday at 9:15, May 17th at 9:15.
Okay, I never received a document to the mail. All I had was my notes, and I wrote down 9:15.
It is at 9:15, but it's on May 17th, not May 15th. Today is the 15th.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I wrote May 15th. Okay, thank you very much.
I'm not listening to you. Thank you, Mr. Sellers. I was in the middle of something else. For J.C. Owens?
Yes, can I get the file?
Why would I give you my phone?
I just need to see the CCA.
You don't need to see it. You want to see it. There's a difference. There's a difference between wanting to do something and having to do something.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Is that what you wanted or something else?
No, I've just asked. Is these for please where I can get it?
Mhm.
Or do you just prefer if I just say it every single time?
I'm just writing it in there.
Oh, okay.
I'm just writing it in there.
Okay, do you want me to put it in? Okay.
Thank you so much.
If you want to, but they can't hear you, and because they can't see you, they just assume that you're not here for reasons I'm not sure of.
Okay.
It's fine.
Thank you.
How do you want to do it?
I mean, I can say that right now. Good practice.
At least you knew it. Somebody didn't know their P number, it seemed this morning. Miss Casca, I know, I was shocked too. Do you need to speak to your client or were you ready?
Judge, you know what? I am, if you could be kind enough to, put me in very quickly and then I'll be ready. I want to let her know what's going on since we just finally got her back.
Oh, I say that, but I don't see her. Wait a minute.
Yeah, Judge, this
from
is
the jail.
defendant- This is the defendant that had to go to 23rd and.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yep.
Oh, then
She
I will
was
waive her.
transported to 23rd. Okay.
I'll waive her presence then, Judge. I am ready then.
Well, here's the problem. She has a bench warrant in the case she has with us.
I know, I
Give
was
me
there
one
for it.
second.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's give us. This is 240101 FY State of Michigan versus J.C. Owens. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Mohammed on behalf of the people, P86771.
And good morning, Your Honor. May it please this most honorable court, Nicole Casca, P55470, on behalf of Miss Owens. Your Honor, Miss Owens is in the custody of the Wayne County Jail. I believe she was transported to another district court this morning. So I'm going to waive her presence with the court's permission, please, and thank you.
Any objection, Mr. Mohammed?
No objection.
Defendant's appearance is waived. How are we proceeding this morning?
Judge, first I'd like to go and ask the court to set aside the capias that was issued back on, I believe it was March 27th, 2024.
Well, let's start with why she wasn't present for the PCC with Judge Green.
Oh, well, Judge, I think she's unfortunately has been in custody on some other matters. I know Westland District Court had her for a probation violation and a new case. She was being housed in Calhoun County that we found out after the fact. And then there were some other cases. I know it's either Dearborn or Dearborn Heights, possibly Inkster, as well as this court. So I think everything's just finally been catching up. She has been in custody.
Thank you. That warrant is recalled. Bond is set at 10,000 personal. And for the PCC this morning?
Judge, I'm going to ask because I think we all need to get, I think the prosecutor and I would agree we need to get caught up to speed as to what the other cases are involving. I think one of them may be another felony case. I know in Westland, it was a new misdemeanor case. The last when I talked with Westland District Court clerk. And I don't know what's going on in Dearborn or Dearborn Heights. So I'd like to set another PCC so I can have a chance to do some investigation. I know prosecution would like to do some investigation too and come and maybe there's something and see what's going on with everything else. See if there might be a global resolution or if not.
Ms. Casca, how long of an adjournment are you looking for?
Let me go take, let me go bring out the old calendar. Judge, I think, you know, how does a week sound?
A week sounds perfect to me, Marianne. At what time on the 22nd?
Well, she's in custody at 8:30.
8:30, May 22nd at 8:30, back here on Zoom with me in number one. Mr. Mohammed, is there anything else?
Nothing from the people.
Ms. Casca, anything else?
Judge, I would like you to go and order me a pretrial services referral to see if we can have it before the next court date.
Judge, just to confirm, if I may, so the defendant is staying in custody at this time?
I set her bond at a personal bond. That's why I'm curious what the pretrial referral is for.
Well, Judge, you know, thank you for that. I'm going to let Mr. Mohammed take it over.
Judge, I would object to the personal bond, and the reason is the individual is a flight risk. They have a previous history of not appearing. I believe that they're a habitual fourth offender in this case. So based on those reasons, also there's multiple warrants or there's multiple cases open as defense may have cited in Dearborn Heights, Westland. So at this time, I would just object as to any modification in regards to bond and would object to the amendment as to personal bond.
Here's the thing, Mr. Mohammed, respectfully, the court has the file, and the recommendation from law enforcement on February 20th is that they did not oppose personal bond. And they marked that she has outstanding warrants in different counties and that she has a history of non-appearance, but they put personal. And when the court recalled the warrant and set the bond at personal, there was no objection, there was no conversation. And when Ms. Casca asked for the referral for pretrial services, I was a little startled by that. Ma'am, what are you looking for in terms of bond?
Well, Judge, I just will have to be, as an officer of the court, it has been challenging to be able to keep tabs on my client. And so, with that being said, I'm just going to leave it at that, Judge. I just want to make sure that she's able to be here.
So if you want a cash bond, I'm happy to change it to a 10%.
Well, Judge, I'm not going to be able to ask for that. I'm going to let Brother Counsel do the asking.
Yeah, Judge, I'm gonna ask for 10%, 50,000.
I'm not gonna do 50. 10% on the 10,000 works for me. And that'll keep Ms. Owens in someone's care and custody and hopefully able to be here. Well, at least be on camera for her hearing next Wednesday morning. Do you still want the referral, ma'am?
I do, Judge, just so that we can have some updated information for the court and for the prosecution and myself.
And Judge, may I address bond at the next hearing?
Absolutely. If you have something, is that mine? You can take anything out of there. Okay. Absolutely. You're looking for you'll be back asking for the 50,000?
I don't know. I don't think so.
You don't
I was
know?
just gonna
Okay.
review everything.
Okay. Ms. Casca, the court is making a notation that we're referring this matter to pretrial services for a bond review. I'm not sure if we'll have anything back before we appear next Wednesday. If Mr. Mohammed wants to take up an argument regarding the bond next week, I am happy to do that. Was there anything else, sir?
Nothing, Judge. Thank you.
Anything else on behalf of Ms. Owens?
Not on behalf of Ms. Owens. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Appreciate it.
No worries. I'll see you next week.
Okay, thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
Thank you.
Mr. Bicker, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Did you need to speak to Mr. Langford or were you ready?
Well, I have both PCCs, Your Honor. I believe I was ready, but I saw there was a lot of attorneys in the other breakout room, so I may need to get in line there. I guess I have not spoken to the prosecutor. But
Oh, I thought I saw you in there.
I was in there for a while, but it's been a busy morning.
Are you able to go and take any of these, assist Mr. Mohammed with any of these attorneys, or are you grabbing dates only?
Because I don't know.
No worries. Mr. Bickert, that's fine. And when you have conversation, please understand and know that Mr. Langford has 4 outstanding warrants with this court that need to be addressed as well. 3 out of Romulus, 1 out of Belleville. 2 of them are civil infractions and 2 of them are misdemeanor matters.
Understood, Your Honor. So
Thank
can I
you.
just do a brief breakout room with Mr. Langford, and I think we'll be ready on his case.
Absolutely. Marianne, I'll get you moved.
Okay. I also have Mr. Grissom, I believe, is on your docket.
Marianne, I'm not going far. Don't let them get away, please. This is 5S20434468ST, State of Michigan versus Hicks. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, respectfully, Sam Richard P 62186, appearing on behalf of Ms. Hicks. Ms. Hicks, please say your name for the record.
Tawanda Charlene Hicks.
Thank you. Today is the day and time scheduled for the arraignment pretrial in this matter. This case is in warrant status. The court will recall the warrant, and Mr. Jadala, the APA Matherly is here in the courtroom. How are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, today we're going to wait for a reading stand mute, and Mrs. Hicks will be pleading as charged to 1 count of failing to display a license.
Thank you. Ms. Hicks, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. You had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Jadala. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, Your Honor.
And after having that conversation, ma'am, is it your understanding and agreement that you'll be pleading guilty as charged to failing to display a valid license?
Yes, ma'am.
And ma'am, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
Yes, ma'am.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, is it true that on August 16, 2015, in the city of Romulus, you failed to display a valid license?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Matherly?
People are satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Jadala?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty as charged to failing to display a valid license and will impose the following: a fine of $100, cost of $100, their $75 mandatory crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state cost, $20 fund fee, $50 late fee, $45 clearance fee, and $50 bench warrant fee. That's $495. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
Then, Ms. Hicks, I need you to do one of 3 things. I need you to either come in person to the courts and speak to a member of the collection staff and set a payment plan, or you may call the court, speak to the collection department, set a payment plan. Finally, there is on the court's website, there's a contact us button. If you hit that button, the drop down will allow you to submit a request for payment plan. So one of those 3 ways to set a payment plan, please do it within the next 5 days. Anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hicks, you're free to go. You have a great day.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Banta, is your client with you?
No, he's in custody, I think. I just checked and it said he was in Wayne County Jail. Did they
Okay.
bring him? Do you know if they brought him yet?
Jail was on earlier.
Judge, he's in Division 2. They haven't signed up in yet.
Thank you. Mr. Jadala, are you ready with something else? Nope. Mr. Blank.
We need a exam done on Mr. Jeter.
Did you say for Mr. Jeter?
Yeah, it's spelled G like in George, E-T-E-R. First name Robert.
This is 240365FY, State of Michigan versus Robert Jeter. Your appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Daniel J. Blank, P10873, on behalf of Mr. Jeter. Mr. Jeter, would you identify yourself, please?
Robert Jeter, Your Honor.
Thank you. And Mr. Blank, APA Matherly is here in the courtroom with me. Today was the day and time scheduled for the PCC. You indicated that you're ready to have the exam scheduled.
That's correct. He wanted to speak to the officers on the date of exam personally to see if they're willing to consider a reduction. I said, no problem. But
Before we schedule the exam, Mr. Blank, I want to confirm with you that discovery is complete.
You wanted to confirm what? I'm sorry, Your Honor?
That discovery is complete.
It is. I have videos and police reports, Your Honor.
That exam date will be,
You have a 1:30 next Wednesday, Judge.
would you be available next Wednesday, Mr. Blank?
In the afternoon on the 22nd? Absolutely.
This in-person exam is scheduled for May the 22nd, 2024 at 1:30 p.m. That will be in person in courtroom number 1.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. We're
Mr.
ready.
Jeter, notice of that date and time will be mailed to you at the address that we have on record, the one that you confirmed with court staff this morning. I will see you next Wednesday, sir. Anything else, Mr. Matherly?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Blank?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Have a good day, Mr. Jeter.
You too, Your Honor.
Everybody stay safe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You too, sir. Thank you. Mr. Woodyard, did you need to speak to Mr. Kelly?
You know, that would be fantastic. Yes, please.
We'll get you moved into a breakout room with him.
Thank you.
Mr. Kilpatrick, did you need to speak to Mr. Andrew?
No, Your Honor. I spoke with him yesterday. We're ready to proceed if the court's ready.
Then these are 240321 FY and 240321 FY and 240322 FY. These are both state of Michigan versus Andrews. Have your appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Michael Kilpatrick on behalf of Mr. Andrews.
Hello, good morning, Your Honor. Devontae Andrews here.
Thank you. Today was the day and time scheduled for the PCC. Mr. Kilpatrick, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, we'd like this matter set for a preliminary exam. I've talked with my client. I've also talked with the prosecutor, Mr. Mohammed, on this, and this is how we'd like to proceed.
And sir, is discovery complete in both matters?
Your Honor, I'm missing one police report on this matter. I did inform him of that. He said that his office sent it yesterday, so I will check my email to make certain it's not in spam, but he also said he would resend it.
The people will look into that, Your Honor.
Thank you. That exam will be set for?
Judge, you have a 2 o'clock next week.
Is that sufficient time, Mr. Kilpatrick?
I might have the time is not an issue for me. It's more whether I'm available. I can be available at 2 o'clock, Your Honor.
Mr. Andrews, your cases will be set for preliminary examination next Wednesday, May the 22nd at 2 p.m. They'll both be scheduled at the same time in courtroom number 1 at the 34th District Court. Is there anything else, Mr. Matherly?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Kilpatrick?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Andrews, notice of that date and time will be mailed to you at the address you verified with court staff. There's nothing else. You're free to go. You have a great afternoon.
All right, you too, Your Honor.
Are we ready now with Mr. Kelly?
I apologize. My computer did something funny and I had to close the program out. So I have not spoken to Mr. Kelly. I apologize.
Oh, no worries. Let's get you moved in.
Thank you.
Ms. Lewis, Mr. Martin was here before. When he comes back, I will get you connected with him.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate it.
No worries.
Joe, everything is good. Thanks for helping.
Okay. You're on top.
Your Honor, may I step out for a moment?
Absolutely.
Your Honor, excuse me. I have another matter in front of Third Circuit Judge Deborah Thomas, and I'm kind of late for it. Can I come back in maybe in a half an hour?
Absolutely.
All right. I'm gonna go down and take care of that real quick. I'm down at Frank Murphy right now. So,
Understood. Thank you for letting us know, Mr. Banta.
all right, thank you, Your Honor.
And let me check it out.
Yes, Mr. Bickert.
I was just coming back from with Mr. Langford. We're ready whenever the court is ready for us.
Thank you. I was hoping that you'd had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Mohammed, but
I had not. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
no. That's not on you, sir.
But I don't need to with regards to Mr. Langford. We know what we're doing.
Give me 1 second. This is 240416 FY, State of Michigan versus Langford. May I have your appearance, please?
May I please
Kobe
court-
Langford. Oh my.
You're good. May I please court, Your Honor, Tyrone Bickert appearing on behalf of Mr. Kobe Langford, who's present via Zoom, Your Honor, agrees to appear via Zoom. P number 62647, Your Honor.
State your name for me, please, sir.
Go ahead, Kobe. State your name, Mr. Langford.
Kobe Langford.
Thank you. Today is the day and time scheduled for the PCC in this matter. Mr. Bickert, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I've advised Mr. Langford of his right to a preliminary exam in his matter. The P was burdened to establish probable cause and how they would attempt to do so in his case. Given our discussion, Mr. Langford would like to waive his right to a preliminary exam and agree to be bound over to the circuit court, Your Honor.
Thank you. Just so we're clear, Mr. Bickert, Mr. Matherly, the APA is here in the courtroom. Mr. Langford, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. Sir, you understand, you've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Bickert this morning. You understand that you have an absolute right to have a preliminary examination where it must be shown that a crime was committed and that probable cause exists to believe that you were involved in the commission of that crime.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation with Mr. Bickert, you wish to waive your right to have that examination.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you understand that the next step in these proceedings is that you will be bound over for arraignment on the information at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're making this decision freely and voluntarily.
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to waive your right to this exam.
No, ma'am.
And sir, and Mr. Bickert, because you appear on Zoom, there is not a signed request for waiver. Do you authorize this court to execute the waiver on your behalf?
Yes, Your Honor, please.
Any
Mr. Lang-
objection to the waiver, Mr. Matherly?
No objections, Your Honor.
Thank you. The prosecution having no objection, the court has executed the waiver form. Mr. Langford has indicated previously, the next step in these proceedings is that you will be bound over for arraignment on the information on the sole charge in this case of carrying a concealed weapon. That arraignment on the information date will be on May the 29th at 9 a.m. at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice. Your previously entered bond with any conditions will continue. And then Mr. Bickert, for Mr. Langford's other outstanding matters, they are 20BL00174 COT. That case is in bench warrant status, the city of Belleville versus Langford for his failing to stop or identify after a property damage accident. There's also 23RP04841A, B, and C. These are City of Romulus versus Langford, failure to display valid license, no proof of insurance, and distracted driving. These are all from September 12, 2023. Mr. Langford failed to appear. And again, these cases have been in warrant status. To lift these warrants, he needs to post bond of $150 per file. He can come into the court and make those arrangements unless
Your
there's
Honor.
something you want to discuss this morning.
Well, simply, Your Honor, that the cost, because it's several matters, maybe an issue. Is there any other way for Mr. Langford to get a court date, or maybe post on one of them and maybe get the others to tag along? Because I think Mr. Langford did indicate that he is working, but he has limited resources at this time.
Marianne, what's the next available date for Romulus and Belleville when you get a moment?
Yes, 1 second.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Langford, where are you working, sir?
I work at Tornado's Pizza.
How long have you been there?
For about 7 to 8 months.
He delivers for
And
them, Your
other
Honor.
than the cases the court just named and the case you appeared on this morning, do you have any other outstanding matters with any courts?
No, ma'am.
June 20th at 8:15.
For all of them, Marianne?
For Belleville and Romulus.
They
Thank
need
you,
a right
ma'am.
date, Mr. Langford.
Okay.
Mr. Langford, the court will recall the warrants, set your bonds at 3,000 personal, and adjourn the cases to June the 20th at 8:15 a.m. That will be on Zoom in courtroom number 1, back with me. Notice of that date and time will be mailed to you at the address you verified with court staff. Anything
Thank
else,
you.
Mr. Bickert?
No, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Langford, I will see you on June the 20th. You have a good afternoon, sir.
You as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Langford, give me a call. We'll talk to you about your other dates later.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Mr.
Good day.
Jadala, what are you ready with?
Your Honor, we're ready on Mrs. Delana Thomas. I'm standing in for Attorney Crystal Medina.
This is 23L5568598 Wayne County Sheriff's versus Delana Thomas. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, respectfully, Sam Richardala, 62186, appearing on behalf of Ms. Thomas. Ms. Thomas, please say your name.
Delana Thomas.
Thank you. Today was the day and time scheduled for pretrial in this matter. The court has received an indication from the prosecution that this case is to be amended from driving while license suspended to failing to display. Was that your understanding, Mr. Jadala?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Thomas, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Jadala. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, it's your understanding and agreement that you'll be entering a plea of guilty this morning to the added count of failing to display, and the driving while license suspended would be dismissed.
Yes.
And ma'am, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Ma'am, is it true that on January 19th, 2023, Wayne County Sheriff's found you in the city of Romulus and you failed to display a valid license at that time?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Matherly?
People are satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Jadala?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. The court accepts your plea of guilty to the added count of failing to display and will dismiss the driving while license suspended. The court will impose the following as fines and costs: $100 fine, $100 in costs. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee. There's $50 show cause fee, $50 warrant fee. There's a $50 mandatory state cost and $20 fund fee. That's $445. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
Yes. I need more than 5 days for that. I really need a few months because I just paid all of my tickets off, and I'm currently about to start working.
Then Ms. Thomas, I need you to do one of three things. I need you to call the court, speak to the collections department. They can help you set a payment plan. Or you may come in person and set a payment plan. Last but not least, you can go onto the court's website, mi34thdistrictcourt.com, and there's a contact us button. If you hit that button, a drop down will come and allow you to submit a request for a payment plan, but you must do one of those three things, okay?
Okay, can I call the courts today now for that? To get on the payment plan?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
Anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, you're free to go. You have a great day.
Okay, thank you.
This is 240414FT. This is State of Michigan versus Kanye Kelly. May I have your appearances, please?
Judge, Mr. Woodyard just went into a breakout room with.
I see. Ma'am, I know you're not smoking, not in court. Not on this chipper Wednesday morning. Mr. Bowdish, were you ready with something?
Your Honor, I'm waiting for my client to appear.
Thank you.
Ready to fall down here.
Have we seen Mr. Grissom this morning?
Judge, he's waiting to be placed in front of the camera in the Zoom room.
Thank you. In our Zoom room?
Yes.
Ugh. Thank you.
Did I hear that right, Judge? Mr. Grissom is at the building?
He's at the building waiting to be placed in the Zoom room.
Understood. Okay. I'm not, hey, like you said, it's a chipper Wednesday morning, so no rush here, trust me.
No, it's not a matter of rushing. I think people forget that this is actually court because they're not sitting physically in the building. I just ask people not to do stuff on screen that they wouldn't do sitting physically in this space.
Understood, Your Honor. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and get off your screen since I'm moving. So,
thank you, Mr. Baker.
Yeah,
Ms.
Your Honor.
Smith.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. This is 240018 FY, State of Michigan versus Herring. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Nicole Smith on behalf of Mr. Herring.
The court received a signed notification from the prosecutor that they do not object to the waiver. What's the status of the matter, Ms. Smith?
Your Honor, I've had an opportunity to discuss with Mr. Herring his rights to have a preliminary examination and what the prosecutor must prove with regards to a preliminary examination. At this time, he wishes to waive his right and be bound over.
Thank you. Mr. Herring, would you state your name for the record, please?
Mr.
Mr. Herring? Mr. Herring?
Leon Herring.
Thank you. Mr. Herring, would you raise your right hand for me, please, sir?
Yep. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may put your hand down. Sir, you have the opportunity to discuss this case with your attorney and Ms. Smith. Do you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties?
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, sir, it's your desire this morning to waive your right to have a preliminary examination.
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand that that preliminary examination will require the prosecutor to show that both a crime had been committed and that probable cause exists to believe that you were involved in the commission of that crime.
Yes.
And sir, you're waiving this exam freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to waive the exam?
No.
Ms. Smith, because you appear on Zoom, there is not a signed waiver in the file. Do you authorize this court to execute the waiver on your behalf and on behalf of your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Herring, this court receiving a signed indication from the prosecutor's office that they do not object to the waiver, the court will sign the waiver on your behalf, on behalf of Ms. Smith and on behalf of the prosecutor. As previously indicated, the next step in these proceedings is that you will be bound over for arraignment on the information that will occur at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice 2 weeks from now on May the 29th, 2024 at 9 a.m. Your previously entered bond with any conditions will continue. Ms. Smith, is there anything else on behalf of Mr. Herring?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Matherly?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Herring, you're free to go. You have a great afternoon. Ms. Smith, you have a good day.
You too.
You too.
This is 230935 FY, State of Michigan versus Charles Grover.
Morning, Your Honor. Jeffrey Schwartz, E32076, on behalf of Mr. Grover.
Okay.
Was supposed to be here in person, but he has not checked in. Mr. Grover on the appointment slip gave a phone number that did not belong to him. I called the number and someone answered and said it was not his number. I do not have any declaration of him not appearing. I respectfully ask the court for some time to get an investigator to see if I can find him, or in the alternative, if you issue a warrant, I'll work on that anyway.
Yes, Your Honor, people would issue for a capias.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'm just wondering if the court file reflects the same number that I have. The number that I have ends in, it's a 7-3 number and ends in 8353.
No, sir.
May I approach and try and call, get that number and try and call if you have a different number? Or
We have that number, but then there's another number I'll give to Officer
okay,
Brooks
that's
and
the
he'll
only
give it to
number I
you.
was given. If I can get that number in the court, call it. I'll see if I can get.
Thank
over
you.
that.
We'll
Thank
pass
you.
the Grover matter momentarily. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Thank you. Oh, Mary Ann, there's somebody waiting to see Mr. Bickert. He's waiting to get into the Zoom room.
That's correct.
I'm wondering if Mr. Bowditch would be kind enough to share his space. The gentleman could come up and maybe use that Zoom. I forgot that Judge Green was on.
Oh, sure. I'll call security.
Thank you. Sorry to draft you, Mr. Bowditch, but we have to get this docket moving a little bit.
Oh, Your Honor, I'm good.
Thank you. If I need to send out a device, I will, but if you're okay just letting him sit there without touching anything, thank you.
Oh, no, Your Honor, we'll be fine.
Mr. El Sayed, did you need to speak to Mr. Anaya?
Yes, Your Honor. If I may be placed in a breakout room with the interpreter, please.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I can't. I just don't get it. Was that number any better?
Well, it's debatable. I called and it said my call cannot be completed at this time, which sometimes indicates it's not a good number or a minute phone.
We're back on the record in 230-935 FY. This case was scheduled at 9:45. It's now 10 o'clock by this court's clock. The court has taken the appearances of the attorney. The defendant has failed to appear. The defendant has had the opportunity to provide the most current up-to-date information when he appeared for arraignment back on April the 10th, and when he appeared again on April the 24th. he's failed to appear this morning. There's no good contact information. If people have requested a capias in this matter, the court will grant that request. And a bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. Mr. Schwartz, if you're able to get in touch with Mr. Grover and get him here, or at least back in contact and communication with the court in the next day or two, we'd be happy to recall that warrant and reschedule this matter.
Thank you. And Your Honor, just for the record, I'd indicate the court did give me that updated phone number. I called twice and got the same message that my call cannot be connected at this time. So if I do locate him, I will certainly let the court know. I'm gonna leave your court officer with my cell phone in case he zooms in or walks in late, and then I'll try and zoom back in.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. You have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Mr. Hadley, were you ready with Mr. Lee?
Your Honor, I was trying to find Miss Mandernack. Is she covering today?
She's not. There's another attorney here. He just stepped out in the hallway.
Is this? I can go back into Muhammad's waiting room if they're handling
Yes.
the DV docket.
It's not Mr. Mohammed. There's someone else.
Is he
We'll
gonna
get
be
you.
doing this on
Is he?
Zoom
He's
or
not. Is he
TM?
logged on to Zoom?
Mohammed?
No, they're the other, the guy, the gentleman who's standing in for Miss Mandernack. Yeah, no worries. No worries. Mr. Bickert,
Yes.
Mr. Bowdish has been kind enough to give your client some Zoom space. We'll get you moved into a breakout room to discuss with Mr. Grissom. Mr. El-Sayed, were we ready?
Who's the prosecutor for domestic violence?
Good morning, Mr. Dillard.
Good morning.
He's
Could I
walking in the court. He's
Yeah,
walking.
Amanda, could I have a breakout with you?
Sorry, which map?
It's Mr. Dillard is here. Well, there's two. There's Jermel Lee with Mr. Hadley. That's scheduled at 10 o'clock. And then you have Mr. Dillard with his client, who's scheduled, I think, at 10:15, Ms. Stam. And what I was starting to ask Mr. El-Sayed, I was asking, were you ready with Mr. Anaya? I know you asked to speak to the interpreter.
Your Honor, I haven't been placed in a breakout room yet. I've still been here.
You have not been?
No.
Okay, my apologies. Let's get you moved into the breakout room with the interpreter who has been here for quite some time.
Okay.
Let's find.
Your Honor, could you state which case it is for, you said it was Dillard? Attorney for Dillard was here?
Dillard, I'm on Stam.
Correct. And when I asked Mr. Dillard,
He's on Stam.
when you came in earlier, I asked you was Stam one of yours, and you indicated no, that it was not a DV case. You said she just signed the warrant.
You got me confused with somebody else.
I don't, Mr. Dillard. I'm not speaking to you. I'm speaking to someone else who's in the courtroom, trying to get you connected to the right prosecutor, if you would be so kind.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Your Honor, this does appear to be one, it's just one that, or it does appear to be one that.
That's one, Stam.
Stam, yeah.
And then the other two is Jermel, Jermele. Last name is Lee, Lee.
That is correct.
There are two separate attorneys. Hadley's on Lee and Dillard's on Stam. And they're both here waiting to be connected with you. So if you could be kind enough to log on to this court's Zoom, and we'll get you into breakout rooms so you can discuss the cases with Mr. Hadley and Mr. Dillard.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you so very much. Thank you for getting him together. Are you ready with Derek Davis?
I am ready, Your Honor. He's not present, however.
That's not a good
This is
sign.
my first time in this courtroom, so I don't know if you allow a waiver of appearance for the PCC. If so, we'd request that. Otherwise, it would have to be a KPS.
Not quite yet. I want to make sure that you've spoken to the prosecutor.
I did speak to the prosecutor for all three
Oh.
cases that I'm here for this morning.
Oh, wonderful. Then I'll call your three cases. Let's start with 240403 FY. This is State of Michigan versus Derek Davis.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sidney Henderson with NDS P84839, appearing on behalf of Derek Davis.
Thank you. How are we proceeding this morning?
At this time, Mr. Davis is not present on Zoom. We would request to waive his appearance for the purposes of the PCC and request an exam date.
Ma'am, is discovery complete in this matter?
It is, Your Honor.
Ma'am, because you have not appeared in this court before, you may not be aware, but I want to disclose on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the police agency that investigated this matter. My husband is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know anything about Mr. Davis's case. He doesn't even know that it's scheduled. That disclosure having been made, are you prepared to have the exam scheduled, or would you like to have your PCC date adjourned to another judge?
We're prepared to have it scheduled, Your Honor.
That in-person exam date will be set for.
Yep, you have a 2:30 next week.
Which day?
May 22nd.
I will be out of the country from the 22nd until the 28th. Is there any way we could do it either the 21st, the 20th, or the 29th?
Lucky you to be out of the country, but no, we do them on Wednesdays, and then I'll
Wednesdays.
rotate off a criminal. I'll be back on the criminal docket on June the 26th, if that's okay with you.
That should be fine, but let me just make sure I won't be in trial. June 26th.
At 2:30.
That works. June 26th at 2:30 works.
June 26, 2024 at 2:30 PM in courtroom number 1 at 34th District Court. Is there anything else, Mr. Matherly?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Henderson?
Nothing further.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm sorry to jump in.
This is,
When I was placed in the breakout room, my client wasn't brought in, Mr. Manuel Anaya, so I was just sitting there with the interpreter.
Okay, I'll put him in there.
Thank you.
thank you. This is 240404 FY. This is State of Michigan versus Justin Perkins. Your appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sidney Henderson with NDS P84839, appearing on behalf of Justin Perkins, who is not present today. For the purposes of the PCC, we would ask to waive his appearance, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Matherly?
No objections, Your Honor.
Ms. Henderson, have you been in contact with Mr. Perkins?
I have not been in contact with Mr. Perkins. There is no email address, phone number, or anything provided to our office for Mr. Perkins. He has already posted bond, and so I am not able to make contact with Mr. Perkins.
How would you like to proceed this morning?
At this time, we would be requesting an exam date. We do have all of the discovery in this matter as well.
Ms. Henderson, the same situation exists. I want to disclose that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make the disclosures. Van Buren Township is the issuing agency. My husband's not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know anything about Mr. Perkins' case. He doesn't even know that it's scheduled. That disclosure having been made, are you still prepared to proceed with the scheduling of the exam?
Yes, Your Honor.
That exam date will be
July 3rd at 12 o'clock.
July 3rd at 12 p.m. here in courtroom number 1. Is there anything else in this matter, Mr. Matherly?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Henderson?
No, Your Honor, not at this time.
Thank you.
Could you repeat that time, Your Honor?
July 3rd at, what time did you say, Marianne? I wrote it and forgot it that fast.
12
12
o'clock.
p.m.
I'm sorry.
Noon.
Noon, thank you. And did you have a third case, ma'am?
Yes, Amanda Sims.
The name is just cut off on the screen. This is 240408 FY, State of Michigan versus Amanda Sims.
Good morning, Sydney Henderson with NDS P84839, appearing on behalf of Ms. Sims, who is present today. Ms. Sims, can you please unmute your device and state your name for the record, please?
I got something showing the instrument.
Thank you. Today is the day and time scheduled for PCC. Ms. Henderson, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I have been in contact with the prosecutor assigned to this matter. There is an offer that has been relayed. He has requested an adjournment for this matter so that he can get the plea agreement together and sent over to our office. Ms. Sims does want to accept that offer. He just needs to finalize the terms of the offer. So we are just requesting an adjournment for the PCC.
How long of an adjournment, ma'am?
He said he would need a week.
9:45, Judge.
Next Wednesday, May the 22nd at 9:45 a.m. That's back here in number 1 on Zoom. Is there anything else, Mr. Matherly?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Henderson?
Yes, Your Honor. In regards to the 22nd at 9:45, you indicated you only handle the criminal matters on the 22nd. Either someone else would need to stand in from my office, or if we're able to do it the 29th, as I'll be out of the country.
I forgot that fast. Yep. We can move it to the 29th at.
I'm sorry, I forgot. 10 o'clock.
Okay.
At 10 a.m. That will be in courtroom number 2 in person with Chief Judge Brian Oakley, May 29th at 10 a.m. in number 2.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sims, you're free to go. Notice of that new date and time will be mailed to you at the address you verified with court staff this morning. You have a wonderful day.
You
Thank
too.
you.
Are we ready with Mr. Lewis?
Yes, Judge, I'm ready with Mr. Lewis and with Mr.
Are they always on Wednesday?
This is 240411 FY, State of Michigan versus Lewis. May I have your appearance, please?
Judge, good morning to you and to your staff. Good morning. Michael Woodyard. My P number is 64612. I'm a staff attorney at Neighborhood Defender Service, and our office represents Mr. Tavion Lewis. Mr. Lewis, say good morning. Will you please and say your name?
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Tavion Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Today is the day and time scheduled for the PCC in this matter. Mr. Woodyard, how are we proceeding?
Judge, I'm going to ask to, if it's possible, adjourn the probable cause conference for the purpose of discovery. The police reports are very clear that there's going to be ample and substantial video discovery, and we need to get a copy of all of that before we proceed.
Mr. Woodyard, the related file was adjourned to May the 29th, I believe at 9 a.m. Would that be agreeable, or are you looking for a different date?
Judge, I'm going to be unavailable. I'm unavailable at that time. I'm going to be in a couple of back-to-back trials through at least like the week of June 14th, I believe. They start first thing on Monday morning. I have them stacked up like cordwood.
Judge, you do have a 10 o'clock next Wednesday.
10 o'clock next Wednesday, the 22nd?
Judge, if it's at all possible to put it out further, I can make that work if I'm required to do so, but I'm not going to be, I'm going to have to, I'm going to be in trial.
The issue and concern is that these two cases are now traveling separately.
Okay.
But you need to go out. You want to go out how many weeks?
Judge, is it possible the end of May, the 29th, or even the 5th of June?
June the 5th at
At 9 o'clock, Judge.
June the 5th at 9 o'clock.
That's wonderful. And you mentioned another case. I'm not aware of another case. Is that something that our office represents Mr. Lewis on?
It's not Mr. Lewis. It's a different defendant.
Oh, right on. Okay, I get you. Yep, I get you.
That's why so this case is being adjourned to June the 5th at 9 a.m. in person in courtroom number 2 with Judge Oakley. But Mary Ann, if you would be so kind as to, let's follow up on the Bynum matter so these cases can continue to hopefully travel together.
Okay.
Thanks. Was there anything else in this case, Mr. Woodyard?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis, you're free to go. You can just exit through that door on your left. Court staff will come reset that computer. Have a good day, sir.
Okay, you too. So June the 5th?
Yes, notice will be mailed to you at the address you gave court staff.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks,
You're very
Mr. Lewis.
welcome.
No problem.
Mr. Woodyard, I couldn't hear the name of your other client before.
Sure, Mr. Kelly, Kane Kelly.
This is 240414 FT, State of Michigan versus Kelly. Your appearances, please.
How you doing,
Judge
Your Honor?
Martin. Good morning. Michael Woodyard. My P number is 64612. I'm a staff attorney at Neighborhood Defender Service, and we represent Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, would you say good morning, please, and say your name?
Good morning, Your Honor. Kane Kelly.
Thank you. Today's the day and time scheduled for the PCC. How are we proceeding, Mr. Woodyard?
Your Honor, it is our request that you adjourn the probable cause conference for the purpose of Mr. Kelly to retain private counsel. He has already engaged in some discussions with an attorney, and he anticipates having completed that retainer agreement within the next 2 weeks. So if you're able to give Mr. Kelly until the 29th of May, he should have able, competent attorney representing him.
Mr. Kelly, will May 29th give you enough time to complete retaining private attorney?
Yes.
May the 29th at
10:15.
At 10:15, sir, that will be in person in courtroom number 2 with Judge Oakley. Notice of that new date and time will be mailed to you at the address you provided to court staff, okay?
Yes.
Anything else, Mr. Woodyard?
Just our thanks, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly, you're free to go. You have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
Have a wonderful day, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Dillard, are we ready on STAM? No.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Mary Ann, who is that in Division 2?
Mr. Fromm.
I'm sorry, Mr. Dillard, give me 1 second for the in custody. Are we ready on Fromm?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
240407 FY, State of Michigan versus Aaron Fromm. May I have your appearances?
Is there a prosecutor here? Well, my name's Richard Bantapy, 39845 on behalf of Mr. Fromm. Today's the date set for the PCC. I talked with Mr. Fromm and explained the purpose of the PCC and for a preliminary exam. That is, the prosecutor has to produce enough evidence to show probable cause to believe a crime was committed and probable cause to believe that he committed that crime. After explaining all this to Mr. Fromm, he wishes to waive his right to a preliminary exam and be bound for further proceedings in Third Circuit Court.
Thank you. Mr. Fromm, would you raise your right hand for me, please, sir? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Sir, you had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Banta, and you understand the purposes of a preliminary examination.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And he explained to you that at that exam, the prosecution would have to show that a crime had been committed and that probable cause exists to believe you were involved in the commission of that crime.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation with Mr. Banta, you wish to waive your right to have that exam.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're doing that freely and voluntarily.
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to waive the exam.
No, ma'am.
The court will find that your waiver has been freely and voluntarily given. Mr. Banta, because you appear on Zoom, there is not a signed waiver form in the file. Do you authorize the court to sign the waiver on your behalf and on behalf of your client?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, we do.
Thank you. Mr. Banta, the court will sign on behalf of yourself and your client. Any objection, Mr. Matterly?
No objections, Your Honor.
Thank you. Prosecution having consented to the waiver, the court is signing that on behalf of all parties. Mr. Fromm, the next step in these proceedings, as indicated by Mr. Banta previously, is that you will be bound over as charged for an arraignment on the information, which will happen 1 week from today on May the 22nd, 2024 at 9 a.m. at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice. Your previously entered bond with any conditions.
Your Honor, I would request that the bond be reduced to a personal bond. I think it's 5,000, 10% right now. He has a hold on him from, I believe it was Washington District Court. That would enable him to post a bond there, but they'd have to pick him up from Washington to take care of that matter too.
The people leave it to the court's humble discretion, Your Honor.
The court will amend the bond prior to bind over to 5,000 personal. Is there anything else, Mr. Matherly?
Nothing.
Anything else, Mr. Banta?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck to you, Mr. Fromm. You have a good day.
Mr. Fromm,
Yes. 240354 FY, State of Michigan versus Stam. Your appearances, please.
For the record, Joseph Dillard, P37225 on behalf of Ms. Stam. Ms. Stam, state your full name for the record.
Jerry-Lynn Marie Stam.
Thank you. Today's the day and time set for the PCC. Mr. Dillard, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, requesting a preliminary examination hearing as well as a discovery order.
And good morning,
I'm
Your Honor.
sorry,
Greg.
Mr. Dillard, is discovery complete in this matter?
I can never tell you what's complete. That's why I like to have a discovery order.
Oh, I'm sorry. Usually when people ask for exams to be scheduled, there's already been some discovery, but
I've received paper discovery.
okay.
But I'm looking for any and all exculpatory evidence as well as statements and any videotape statements of the defendant, medical records.
That exam date will be scheduled for
July 3rd at 12:30.
1 second, Your Honor. Okay, that appears to work for me at this time.
July 3rd at 12:30 in person in courtroom number 1. Ms. Stamp, notice of that date and time will be mailed to you at the address you verified with court staff. Mr. Dillard, is there anything else?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Mr. Matherly, is there anything else?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Sorry,
Thank
Your
you,
Honor.
ma'am. You're free to go. You have a good, I'm sorry, sir.
Gregory Tosh, P85961 for the people in this matter. I would indicate that discovery has been sent on April 23rd for this matter and resent just today as well, following requests from defendant's counsel. I
Thank you, Mr. Shores.
am in receipt of the dates and would have nothing further to add. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Have a good day, Ms. Stam.
Yes, Your Honor.
This is
Thank you, Your Honor.
4S4359043ST. This is State of Michigan versus Anaya. May I have your appearances, please?
Morning, Your Honor. For the record, Moses El Sayed, P number 81873 on behalf of the defendant who's appearing by Zoom.
Sir, would you state your name for me, please?
Your Honor, there's a Spanish interpreter in this case.
Oh, thank you. So the gentleman with the cap on, take your hat off. I'll call your case in just a moment. Mr. Interpreter, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that you will translate English into Spanish and Spanish into English to the best of your ability?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Would you have Mr. Anaya state his name for the record, please?
Puede tener que el señor Anaya declare su nombre para que conste en el acto.
¿Cómo?
Sorry, the microphone cut off. Declara su nombre para que conste en el acto.
Manuel Anaya Santillán.
Manuel Anaya Santillán.
Sí.
How are we proceeding, Mr. El Sayed?
Your Honor, I apologize. Go ahead.
¿Cómo vamos a proceder?
Your Honor, we have an offer from the prosecution to amend the charge to failure to display, which my client will plead guilty to.
Su señoría, tenemos una oferta de la Fiscalía de alterar la multa o la acusación a manejar sin mostrar licencia.
Yes.
Raise your right hand, sir.
Levante su mano derecha.
Okay.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
¿Usted jura o afirma que el testimonio que dará en este asunto estará la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más la verdad?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
You discussed the charges you face and the possible plea in this case with your attorney.
¿Usted consideró esas cargas y las multas, costos potenciales con su abogado?
Sí.
Yes.
And you intend to plead guilty to the amended count of failing to display a valid license?
¿Y usted intenta o quiere declararse culpable de la carga de manejar sin mostrar licencia?
Yes.
Yes.
And you understand the rights you waive by pleading guilty in this matter?
¿Y usted entiende los derechos que vas a dispensar al declararse culpable en este asunto?
There. Sí.
Yes.
Is it true that on April 16, 2024, you failed to display a valid license when asked to do so by law enforcement?
¿Es cierto que la fecha 16 de abril de 2024 usted no mostró una licencia cuando el oficial lo pidió?
Sí, señor.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Mr. Matherly?
Estoy satisfecha. Somos satisfechos.
Satisfied, Mr. El Sayed?
Satisfied,
Sí,
Judge.
somos satisfechos. Todos somos satisfechos.
Court accepts the plea of failure to display a valid license.
El tribunal acepta la declaración de de no mostrar licencia válida.
And will impose a fine of $100, cost of $100.
Le van a imponer una multa de $100 y costos de $100.
$75 crime victim fee, $50 state cost.
También $75 de multa para víctimas y $50 de costos del estado.
$20 fund fee for a total of $345.
Otra multa de $20 para un total de $325.
Correcto.
Okay.
Do you need more than 5 days to pay?
¿Necesitas más de 5 días para pagar eso?
Yeah.
Yes.
How long do you need to pay?
¿Cuánto tiempo necesita para pagarlo?
5 días es fine. 5 días está bien.
Yeah, 5 days is fine. 5 days will be fine.
Oh, 5 days to pay, thank you.
Okay, le daremos 5 días. Gracias.
Thank you, Judge.
Gracias, Juan.
You're free to go, Mr. Anaya.
Okay, señor Anaya, usted puede ir.
Muchas gracias.
Okay, thank you very much.
Adiós.
Take care, Your Honor. Bye-bye.
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 Ms. Stam, your case has been concluded. You're free to go unless there was something else.
Oh, no, thank you, Your Honor. I wasn't sure.
And
Mr.
good morning, Your
Martin, were
Honor.
you ready with Ms. Lewis?
I was gonna ask if I can get a breakout with her.
Absolutely. Mr.
Thank you.
Hadley, are we ready with Mr. Lee?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
This is 240356 SM, State of Michigan versus Lee. Your appearances, please.
Gunnar Madley, number 87297.
Attorney Josh Adley, bring on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Jamil Lee, who's appearing via Zoom. Mr. Lee, please state your name for the record.
Yes, it's Jamel Lee.
How are you proceeding, Mr. Hadley?
Your Honor, we've received discovery in this matter, and we would like to set the matter for a final pretrial with the complainants to appear at a date to be set by the court.
I apologize, Your Honor. Gregory Toj, B85961 for the people. I have spoken with brother counsel. It's my understanding that the request is to have this matter set for trial. I'd have no objection just having the matter set for trial.
For final pretrial, Mr. Hadley, correct?
It's final pretrial. We're not setting it for jury trial yet.
And that date will be?
May 29th at 10:15.
Very good.
May 29th at 10:15. Complainants to appear. And that's in person, in number 2, with Judge Oakley. Was there anything else, Mr. Shores, in this matter?
No, Your Honor, not at this time.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, thank you very much, Your Honor. Everyone have a great day.
You too, thank you.
With November 6th for trial.
Mr. Lee, you're free to leave, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Everett, are we ready with Mr. Herbig?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
This is This is 4S4321363 SI, State of Michigan versus Mikhail Herbig. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Thomas Everett, P23848, on behalf of Mikhail Herbig.
I thought I saw him here earlier.
I did have the opportunity to speak with the assistant prosecutor. He is a agreed to amend the ticket to impeding traffic.
And sir, I don't see your client on the screen. Do you have his full authority to enter a plea of responsible to impeding traffic?
I do, Your Honor.
The court accepts the plea of responsible to impeding traffic and will impose a fine of $180. Does your client need more than 5 days to pay, sir?
May I ask respectfully for 1 week to pay, Your Honor?
7 days to pay. Anything else, Mr. Everett?
No, thank you, Your Honor. Have a great day.
You too, thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Ms. Castel, good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you?
I am super. How have you been?
Good, thank you very much.
What are you here
Your
for?
Honor, yes, Your Honor. I am here for Mr. Gary Newman.
Have you spoken to the prosecutor?
I have, Your Honor. I believe that we have reached a resolution in this case. I just need to quickly go over the offer with Mr. Newman, and then
Let's
we
get you
should
moved
be.
into a breakout room. I'm sorry. Let's
Yes.
get you moved into a breakout room so you can go over it with him.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is four S 4344741, State of Michigan versus Ansari. May I have your appearances, please?
Bruce, on behalf of Mr. Ansari.
Mr. Bruce, the court has received an indication from the prosecutor that your client will be pleading responsible to speeding 1 to 5 over.
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Ansari, state your name for the record, please.
Saad Mohammed Ansari.
Mr. Ansari, you've had the opportunity to discuss this case with your attorney this morning?
Correct.
And you plead responsible this morning to speeding 1 to 5 over?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
The court, thank you. The court accepts your plea of responsible to speeding 1 to 5 over.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bruce, I was just looking for that. The court will impose a fine of $200. There's an indication that bond had been posted in this matter.
Yes, Judge. I think he posted 265, Mr. Ansari.
245.
245.
245. The court will apply the bond that's been posted and refund the balance to Mr. Ansari.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Was there anything else, Mr. Bruce?
No, Judge. Thank you. Happy day.
Thank you. That concludes this matter, sir. You're free to go. You have a good day.
You too, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, could Mr. Grissom have a breakout room with Attorney Reichert?
I'm sorry.
Mr. Grissom's in my office, in the office, and he probably needs to speak with his attorney, Mr. Reichert.
I thought he had spoken with Mr. Bickert. My apologies. I don't see Mr. Bickert anymore. I don't see Mr. Bickert anymore, Mr. Bowditch, and I know that you have people here who are ready with you. So I'm prepared to call your cases, sir. After I call Mr. Nunley singular.
Well, I do need a breakout room with Ms. Gilliard first, if that's possible.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bowditch, were you ready with Mr. Viva?
Your Honor, what was the last name?
DEVA.
That's not one of mine, Your Honor. I don't believe.
Oh, he has your name next to him.
I don't recall that case, Your Honor. Oh, V with V as in victory.
V as in Victor, yes, sir.
I apologize, Your Honor. I thought it was B.
No
Yeah,
worries.
I go into a breakout room with you.
Они вас в отдельную комнату поместят с вашим адвокатом.
We have an interpreter on this matter, Your Honor.
У нас переводчик в этом деле также.
Как это понимать, отдельную комнату?
Mr. Davis, Ms. Henderson was already here, left. You have an exam date scheduled for June the 26th at 2:30 p.m. here in person in courtroom number 1.
Oh, yeah. Since you repeat that. Can you repeat that again, ma'am?
Your attorney was here, asked to have your appearance waived, and set your preliminary examination for June the 26th at 2:30 p.m. in person upstairs from where you are right now in courtroom number 1. Have you been in contact or communication with the attorney, Sydney Henderson?
No, ma'am.
Okay, then, sir, I'm going to have you do something. I'm going to have you exit that room. Someone else might be waiting to use it, but do not leave this building until you receive your attorney's information. I'm sending it downstairs on a sticky note. Give me just 1 second. You can exit the room, sir. Go back to the security station, please.
Could I add this to the court?
Can you do what?
I wanted to add further to the court that I think my attorney had my phone.
I don't understand what you're saying, sir.
Never mind, ma'am.
No, not never mind, sir. I just couldn't hear you.
Yeah, they took my phones when I got arrested and $400 from me. So I wanted to know, like, how do I go about that?
You need to call your attorney, okay?
Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna give the number to security. They'll give it to you.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, I need your help. There's a young man coming out to you with a blue shirt and a tie on. I need you to give him a name and phone number. I'm going to give it to you right now. It's Sydney Henderson, Henderson. The number is 313-474-3200. And the date, the next court date is June the 26th at 2:30. In person with me up here in number 1. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Yes, Mr. Martin.
Good morning, Judge Martin. I am ready on Patricia Lewis. I believe she's still in that breakout room. We might
Nope,
need
she's
to
here on the
pull-
main screen. We just need to
Oh,
get her
okay.
video on. Give me 1 second to pull her file.
Thank you.
What happened to Mr. Bickert?
I haven't seen Tyrone.
He was here this
Got him up.
morning and he went into a breakout and then he disappeared. This is 240075 FD. This is State of Michigan versus Patricia Lewis. May I have your names for the record, please?
Good morning, Judge Martin. Carrie Martin, P84592, appearing on behalf of Ms. Patricia Lewis. Ms. Lewis, if you can hear us, please state your full name.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Your Honor. Patricia Lewis.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Today is the day and time scheduled for the adjourned PCC. Mr. Martin, how are we proceeding?
We're ready to set this case for a preliminary exam.
Is discovery complete, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
That exam date will be
July 3rd at 1 o'clock.
July 3rd at 1 p.m. here in person in courtroom number 1.
Thank you,
Was there
Judge.
anything else? Thank you, Mr. Martin. Anything else,
Nothing
sir?
further.
Thank
Have
you,
a
Your
good
Honor.
day. Ms. Lewis,
You
I'll see
too.
you on July 3rd.
Have a blessed day, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Martin.
You too.
Yes, thanks, Patricia. Good luck. Have a good day, everyone.
Thank you.
No. No, 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 no. No, 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 because we can only do one thing at a time. No, seriously, we can only do one thing at a time. Stewart? Live. At 11:30. Now, on the side.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Mohammed.
On the FIFA.
Lovely.
Yes.
Are you ready now on Gilliard?
I am. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is 240364 SM, State of Michigan versus Ivory Gilliard. May I have your appearances, please?
Is Mr. Mohammed there or no?
Good morning, Your Honor. Mohammed on behalf of the people, P86771.
Royce Nunley appearing on behalf of the defendant.
Would you state your name for me, please, ma'am?
Ivory Gilliard.
Thank you, ma'am. Today is the day and time scheduled for pretrial in this matter. Mr. Nunley, how are we proceeding?
At this time, my client would like to accept the offer extended by the prosecutor to plead guilty under a delayed sentence for a period of 8 months.
Mr. Nunley, before the court starts to begin taking your client's plea, I want to disclose on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the investigating police agency in this matter. My husband is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know anything about this case. He doesn't even know that it's scheduled. That disclosure having been made, do you need a moment to speak to your client? Or are you prepared to proceed with the plea?
I'm prepared to proceed. And before we get started, may I ask the court to give me that case number one more time to make sure I got it right?
240364 SM.
Got it. Thank you. Yes, we are prepared to proceed
Thank
without
you.
further conversation.
Ms. Gilliard, would you raise your right hand for me, please, ma'am? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Nunley, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, ma'am, is it your understanding and agreement that you will be entering pleas of guilty to the 3 counts of child abuse, 4th degree, that are pending in this matter?
Yes.
And ma'am, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Ma'am, is it true that on April 16th, 2024, in Van Buren Township, that you did knowingly or intentionally engaged in activity that posed unreasonable risk of harm or physical injury to a child by putting controlled substances in a motor vehicle or an area accessible to the children and leaving the children unattended in a motor vehicle?
Yes.
You don't sound sure.
Yes.
Thank you. Are the people satisfied, Mr. Mohammed? Satisfied, Mr. Nunley?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty as charged to child abuse 4th degree, all 3 counts, as previously indicated by the prosecutor, Mr. Mohammed, and contained on the plea form that was sent into the court. Sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 8 months. Was there any other conversation or agreement regarding sentencing in this matter, Mr. Mohammed?
No.
Was there anything else, Mr. Nunley?
Nothing further. Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Nunley, I want to send this matter to the probation department. I'm not sure what the underlying issue is in this case, an 8-month delay without any additional terms. It just, I want to be sure that we're covering all the bases that are needed in this matter.
Okay, I think that, I mean, I could provide further explanation if the court would like, or if the court would like to send it to pretrial services before sentencing. Of course, it's up
Thank
to
you.
and that's
Ms.
fine.
Gilliard, I am going to refer the matter to the court's probation department. Probation officer Anthony Grant will be in contact with you. It won't change the delayed sentence nature of this case starting from today, but I just want to be sure that that the court sentence matches the plea that you've just entered, if that makes sense to you.
Yes.
When you logged on this morning, you confirmed your phone number and email address with court staff?
It's 734-686-0413.
Did you, I don't need you to read it into the record,
Oh,
but did you provide
sorry.
your email address as well?
No, not email.
Okay. Okay, then ma'am, what I'm gonna have you do is go see if someone is on.
It's me, Judge. Do you want me to take her back in the
I'm
room?
gonna have, Heather's gonna take you back into a breakout room just to get your email address and add to the file. We're gonna have Anthony Grant, this court's probation officer, get in contact with you. I just wanna be sure that we tailor fines, costs, and any ordered services to the situation. Is there anything else, Mr. Nunley?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gilliard, I will see you at your sentencing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We're ready on Campo disposal, Your Honor. I apologize. I have a in-person hearing in about 5 minutes and we have a plea form executed.
Give me 1 second. Let me find the file.
Your Honor, I appreciate it.
4S43433274ST. This is State of Michigan versus Campo Disposal. May I have your appearances, please?
This is Gunnar Matherly for the people, P number 87297.
Good morning, Your Honor. Brandon Kruger, appearing on behalf of the defendant, Campo disposal, represented by its member, Jack Campo, present on Zoom.
Thank you. And how are we proceeding this morning with this arraignment pretrial?
Your Honor, we'd like to waive the arraignment as we've executed a plea with the people's offer. Thank you.
So Grissom, Grisson.
What the court received is a signed agreement that Campo Disposal would plead responsible to the civil infraction of no registration pursuant to MCL 257.223, and the original criminal charge of no registration will be dismissed. Was that your understanding, sir?
Yes.
The court accepts the plea of responsible to the civil infraction, will dismiss the misdemeanor case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court will impose a fine of $250. Does your client need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
No, we should be okay, Your Honor.
Thank you. 5 days to pay. Is there anything else, Mr. Matterly?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of Campo Disposal?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. You're free to go. You have a good day.
Thank you. You as well, Your Honor. Bye, everybody.
Thank you. Mr. Bowditch, I'm just waiting for the files, and I'll call you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Case. There was 9S35949447ST. This was State of Michigan versus Jared Martin. Mr. Matherly, the court did receive an appearance yesterday from Attorney Jason Moss asking that the case be adjourned. He was not available this morning. The court will adjourn this matter over the new the new PCC date will be, not PCC date, my apologies. The new pretrial date will be May the 22nd at 9 a.m.
Your Honor, this is for.
Jared Martin,
Oh,
the attorney. I gave Mr. Mohammed a copy of the appearance. The court received the appearance at 3 o'clock yesterday. Mr. Moss, the newly retained attorney, indicated that he was unavailable this morning and asked for an adjournment. The court's next available date is the May 22nd at 9 a.m. on Zoom, back here on number 1. I just had not provided that information into the record as of yet. This is 240410FY, State of Michigan versus Susie Bradley. May I have your appearances, please?
This is Gunnar Matherly for the people, P number 87297.
Good morning, Your Honor. Samuel Chariq in appearing on behalf of Ms. Bradley. I've had no contact with Ms. Bradley. Did she appear today?
Yes, she is. She's been here patiently waiting, sir. Do you need to speak to her in the breakout room?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Let's get you moved into a breakout room. Thank you. These are 4S4334823A, B, and C. Your appearances for the record.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch on behalf of Mr. Vashalov. We also have an interpreter, Your Honor. At this time, Mr. Vashalov, Viva, could you give your name for the record, please?
Скажите, пожалуйста, господин Вячеслав, ваше имя и фамилию для протокола.
Вячеслав Вева.
Вячеслав
Mr.
Вива.
Bowditch, before you say anything else, Madam Interpreter, would you pronounce your first and last name for me, please?
Надя Уча.
And Ms. Uja, what is the language that you're translating, please?
Russian.
Thank you. Ma'am, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that you will translate English into Russian and Russian into English to the best of your ability?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Bowditch.
Your Honor, we do have an executed plea agreement in which Mr. Viva would be pleading to a civil infraction of failing to pay a motor tax, and the misdemeanor of a license designation. He didn't have the correct license for the vehicle he was driving.
Госпожа судья, мы хотим видоизменить обвинение госпожи Вевы с уголовного правонарушения за оплату налога, за неоплату налога до гражданского правонарушения и также правонарушение, что у него не было правильного удостоверения для вождения.
Raise your right hand, sir.
Господин Вева, поднимите, пожалуйста, правую руку.
Do you swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these matters?
Вы клянетесь и обещаете, что вы будете говорить правду и ничего, кроме правды по этому делу?
Да.
Yes.
You've spoken to Mr. Beldridge regarding the charges you face and the possible penalties.
А вы переговорили с вашим адвокатом, господина Боудич, по поводу вашего обвинения и про то, какие штрафы на вас могут быть наложены в результате этого?
Да.
Yes.
And you wish to plead guilty to improper vehicle designation.
И вы признаете вину, что вы не имели правильного удостоверения для вождения автомобиля?
Да.
Yes.
And responsible to improper tag.
И вы также ответственны за неоплату налога?
Да.
Yes.
And Mr. Beldridge reviewed the rights you be waiving by entering these pleas.
Господин Бович вам рассказал про те права, которые вы отдаете, признавая свою вину?
Да, он рассказал.
Yes, he told me.
Is it true that on March 6, 2024, you operated a motor vehicle with an improper vehicle designation?
Это действительно так было, что 6 марта 2024 года вы ввели автомобиль без правильного удостоверения?
Да, это так было.
Yes, that's correct.
And you also operated a motor vehicle without the proper tags.
И вы также вели
Your Honor,
автомобиль
that's going
без
to be
оплаты налога.
The registration plate violations could be dismissed, Your Honor.
Ваша честь, мы опустим обвинение в правонарушении раньше, которое было. Это... I'm sorry, could you repeat, Mr. Bojich?
The registration plate violation will be dismissed. He's pleading to not paying a tax.
Мы не обвиняем господина Веву в том, что он не имел правильных номерных знаков. Мы только обвиняем его в том, что он не имел правильного удостоверения.
He's pleading to failure to pay the proper fuel tax.
Yes, Your Honor. Plead responsible.
И он также будет ответственен за то, что была неоплата надлежащего налога.
And sir, it's true that you failed to pay the proper fuel tax for the vehicle.
Правильно было бы сказать, что, господин, вы не оплатили правильного налога для управления этим автомобилем.
Автомобиль принадлежит же мне.
I did not own that vehicle.
I need a response from him, please.
Beg your pardon, Your Honor?
I didn't hear his response to failure to pay the fuel tax, proper tax.
I believe he wishes to plead responsible for that, Your Honor.
Мне кажется, он хочет принять ответственность за неоплату налога.
That's what we discussed.
Мы про это поговорили с ним.
Автомобиль принадлежит компании. Компания. Не надо? компания должна оплачивать.
The car belonged to the company, so the company was supposed to pay that tax.
You need to go back into the breakout room, Mr. Bowditch.
Yes, Your Honor.
Jeff, your co-host, you can move them around.
Мы еще раз поговорим с господином Боудичем.
I don't believe I can, Mary Ann.
Were we ready with Ms. Bradley?
Yes.
Oh, I thought Mr. Chirikian was back.
He was, Judge. He needed to speak with the prosecutor.
Who's in the courtroom, so I'll send somebody back out to speak to Mr. Chirikian.
I don't know. It says connect your audio, yes, so I don't know how to turn it on.
Yeah.
This is somehow,
Ma'am, I can hear you.
okay, the same here, I can hear
Ms.
you.
McClure?
So she might want you to mute that. That we can do it. That we can.
Mhm. Mr. Radford, have you spoken to one of the attorneys this morning?
No, Your Honor, I have not.
I'll get him in, Judge.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we're ready to finish the plea on Viva.
We're on the record in 4S4334823 BSM. Sir, is it true that you failed to ensure that proper fuel tax was paid
Господин, это правильно, правда, что вы не оплатили надлежащего налога за автомобиль?
Да.
Yes.
Pleas are accepted as indicated on the plea sheet.
Я принимаю ваше признание вины, и мы имеем документацию по поводу этого.
The court will impose a fine of $200 on the civil infraction
И суд вам назначает штраф на сумму $200 за гражданское правонарушение
and $345 on the improper vehicle designation.
и $345 за вождение автомобиля без надлежащего удостоверения.
Я услышал хорошо.
I heard you, thank you.
Does he need more than 5 days to pay these amounts?
А вам нужно больше, чем 5 дней, чтобы оплатить эту сумму полную?
Нет, больше мне не надо.
No, I don't need more than that.
Thank you. You're free to go. Have a good day.
Спасибо, вы можете отключаться. Желаю вам хорошего дня.
Thank you, Madam Prosecutor, or Madam Interpreter, and thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mary Ann, on that A file, it's $100 fine, $100 cost, $75 mandatory crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state cost, and $20 fund fee. I wrote it in the file, but I just want the record to be clear. Mr. Chirikian, are we ready with Ms. Bradley?
Well, Judge, I was put in a breakout room for the prosecutor. I had spoken to Ms. Bradley, but the prosecutor never joined the breakout room.
I'm sending him right back out right now. He's standing here in the courtroom.
Oh, great. Okay, Judge, please put us in a breakout room. Thank you.
Absolutely. Mr. Chirikian, are we ready with Ms. Bradley? This is 22WM0606 BST, State of Michigan versus Torrance. Sir, I need you to turn your video on, unmute yourself and state your name for me, please.
You said for Torrance, right?
Yes, please turn your video on and state your name for me, ma'am.
Hydra Torrance.
Thank you, ma'am. The way court staff have you labeled indicate that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that correct?
Correct.
The court has, you've had the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor?
Yes.
The court has received from the prosecutor indication that you will be pleading guilty to the added count of failing to display a valid license and that the original charge of driving while license suspended would be dismissed. Was that your understanding?
Yes.
Ma'am, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Ma'am, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Ma'am, is it true that on April the 25th, 2022 at Wayne County Airport, which is located in the city of Romulus, you failed to display a license when asked to do so by uniformed law enforcement officers?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Matherly?
People are satisfied, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Torrance, the court accepts your plea of guilty to failing to display a valid license and will dismiss the underlying charge, the original misdemeanor charge of driving while license suspended. The court will impose the following: a fine of $100. There's cost of $100. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee. There's $50 show cause fee, $50 warrant fee, $50 mandatory state costs, and $20 fund fee. That's a total of $445. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
I do.
Then Ms. Torrance, what I need you to do in the next 5 days, one of these three things: you may come in person to the court, speak to the collection staff, and set a payment plan. You may call the court, speak to a member of the collection staff and set a payment plan, or you may go onto the court's website. There's a contact us button. Click on that and submit a request for payment plan, but please do one of those three things sooner rather than later. This case had been in warrant status. The court has recalled the warrant. Anything else, Ms. Torrance?
No, thank you.
Have a good day, ma'am. You're free to go.
So, bye-bye.
This is 240337 FY, State of Michigan versus Victor Grisson. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Gregory Judge, B85961 for the people.
May it please the court, Your Honor, Tyrone Bickert appearing on behalf of Mr. Victor Grisson, who's present via Zoom, Your Honor. Good morning.
Sir, would you state your name for me, please?
Victor Grisson. Good morning, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Grisson. How are we proceeding, Mr. Bickert?
Your Honor, we will respectfully request an exam of this matter.
Is discovery complete, Mr. Bickert?
I have, let me double check, Your Honor. Yes, I believe so, Your Honor. It looks like I have paper and at least a little bit of electronic discovery. I will follow up.
July 3rd at 1:30, Judge.
Give me 1 second. Mr. Bickert, before we assign that date and time, I want to disclose on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the law enforcement agency that investigated this matter. My husband is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know anything about Mr. Grisson's case. He doesn't even know that it's scheduled. That disclosure having been made, do you need to speak to Mr. Grissom, or are we okay to set that July 3rd, 1:30 PM live exam date?
No, Your Honor, we're okay to set that date.
Thank you. And sir, you were saying as to discovery?
Your Honor, as to discovery, would note that at this time, I believe that digital discovery is still being obtained by my office from the police department, and the intent is to have it sent as soon as it's received.
Were you able to hear him, Mr. Bickert?
I was, Your Honor, and given our exam date, I don't think that'll be a problem.
Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor, nothing further.
Anything else, Mr. Bickert?
No, Your Honor, nothing. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Yes. There is one other matter, Your Honor. Mr. Grissom, of course, has a no contact.
Mr. Bickert, you're breaking
order.
up, sir. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, he, with the home, he has created a list, and actually there were better. Can you hear me, Your Honor?
Yep, now, yes, sir.
Okay. Long story short, Your Honor, there were some the complainant in this case apparently had filed some PPO proceedings. As a matter of that, Mr. Grissom was asked by that court to provide a list of belongings that he wanted to retrieve from the home, and which he did do so and provided that to the complainant's lawyer, etc. Mr. Grissom has asked me to ask this court for any assistance in trying to retrieve his items from his home. As I indicated, he has already provided a letter to the complainant and to the complainant's, lawyer in those other matters. We would ask for any assistance with the court. We ask that Mr. Grissom be allowed to retrieve his possessions from the marital home.
Your Honor, people would have no objection to retrieval process pursuant to court order by the, would this be the Third Circuit Court Family Domestic Division?
Mr. Grissom?
Yes.
Where was the PPO here proceedings at?
At the Coleman Young building.
Yeah, so that would be Third Circuit, yes. I believe the PPO was the PPO granted, Mr. Grissom?
Yes, and the judge said that he put an addendum in there for me to be able to get my things, and he told me to provide my wife's attorney with a list of all the things for me to get, and I did, and she responded after I got the letter. And but when I came to this court, the last judge told me, I can't go to the house.
And so that's what we're addressing, Your Honor, is that we're asking that this court allow him, pursuant also to the other court order, to be able to go ahead and retrieve those items that are listed and provided to the complainant previously.
If Mr. Grissom has already been in contact with his wife's attorney, he may do a civil standby. He should provide a copy of that order to the Van Buren Township Department of Public Safety, so they understand that although there have been a no contact and do not return order, that Third Circuit order overrules that, at least in part, so that he may retrieve his property.
Okay.
Okay?
Understood, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Bickert?
No, Your Honor, and I would try to assist Mr. Grissom in those proceedings.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good luck to you, Mr. Grissom.
Thank you.
240410 FY, State of Michigan versus Susie Bradley. Your appearances, please.
Once again, Your Honor, Samuel Chirikian appearing on behalf of Ms. Bradley. Ms. Bradley, state your name for the record, please.
Good morning. My name is Susie Bradley.
Mr. Chirikian, how are we proceeding?
Judge, I've conferred with the prosecutor and I've conferred with Ms. Bradley. Ms. Bradley understands she has the right to a preliminary examination regarding these allegations. She chooses to waive that right, knowing she'll be bound over to the Third Circuit for disposition in this matter. Is that correct, Ms. Bradley?
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Bradley, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Ma'am, you've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Chirikian, and you understand that you have an absolute right to have a preliminary examination where the prosecution would have to show that both a crime had been committed and that probable cause exists to believe that you were involved in the commission of that crime.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation with your attorney, you wish to waive your right to have such an exam.
Yes.
And ma'am, you're doing so freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to waive this exam?
No.
Do the people have any objection?
No objections, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court will find that your waiver of this exam has been freely and voluntarily given. Mr. Chirikian, because you appear on Zoom, there is not a signed waiver in the file. Do you authorize this court to sign the waiver on your behalf and on behalf of your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Prosecution having no objection, the court will sign the waiver on behalf of Mr. Chirikian, Ms. Bradley, and the prosecutor's office. Ma'am, as indicated previously, the next step in these proceedings is that you will be bound over as charged. The next hearing date will be an arraignment on the information that will occur at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice on Wednesday, May the 29th, 2024 at 9 a.m. Your previously entered bond with any of its conditions will continue. Mr. Matherly, is there anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Chirikian?
No, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Ms. Bradley, please
Thank
keep
you,
in
Ms.
touch.
Excuse me, can you repeat that date and the time?
May 29th at 9 a.m., ma'am.
Do you know where the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice is, Ms. Bradley?
May 29th at 9 p.m. I mean, 9 a.m.
9 a.m.
Frank Murphy.
Hall
Where
of
is it?
1441 St. Antoine in the city of Detroit.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank
Have
you.
a good day, ma'am.
Thank you, Judge.
You too.
Thank you, sir. This is 240150FY, State of Michigan versus Gary Newman. Your appearances.
This is Gunnar Matherly for the people, P number 87297.
And good morning, Your Honor. Nancy Castro with NDS, appearing on behalf of Mr. Newman, P number 80549.
State your name for me, please, sir.
Gary Newman.
Thank you. Today is the day and time scheduled for the adjourned PCC. Ms. Castow, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we were able to reach a resolution in this matter. We have a signed plea form that I have forwarded to the prosecutor in this case, and I apologize, but I didn't have your clerk's email address to also forward it to Your Honor.
How you doing? Jenny, she's.
Someone gonna tell me the plea, or am I supposed to guess? I'm not sure.
Judge, I can go ahead and state the terms of the plea form.
Please proceed, ma'am.
Sorry, Your Honor, just pulling it out right now. Mr. Newman was charged with one count of carrying concealed weapon. There was a reduced charge in this matter to disturbing this peace under MCL 750.170. As a part of the agreement, Mr. Newman is to forfeit the firearm to police, cannot possess firearms while on probation, 20 hours of community service, additional terms and conditions set by the court.
Mr. Newman, would you raise your right hand for me, sir? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Ms. Castow. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, Your Honor.
And after having that conversation, sir, it's your understanding and agreement that you will be entering a plea of guilty this morning to disturbance of lawful meetings, which is MCL 750.170, and the felony charge of carrying a concealed weapon would be dismissed.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty, sir, because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, is it true that on January 3rd, 2024 in Sumter Township that you did make or excite any disturbance or contention in any tavern, store, or grocery, manufacturing establishment, or any other business place, or in any street, lane, alley, highway, public building, grounds or parks, or at any election or other public gathering where citizens are peacefully or lawfully assembled?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Matherly?
People are satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr.
Defense-
Castell, Ms.
Ye-
Castell?
Yes, Your Honor, satisfied.
Thank you. Other than the forfeiture of the guns and the community service hours, was there anything else in the agreement, Ms. Castell?
No, Your Honor. Just as stated to the court,
I'm sorry, you would just what to the court?
just as previously stated, just to forfeit the weapon, which I believe was already confiscated, and then cannot possess firearm while on probation.
Was there any conversation about the length of probation?
And no, Your Honor. I would ask the court, given that this is disturbing the peace, to be a short term of probation, Judge.
Mr. Matherly or Mr. Muhammad, does the prosecution take any position?
Your Honor, the people asked for a 1 year.
Any response, Ms. Castell?
Sorry, I couldn't hear him, Judge.
1 year.
Your Honor, I would ask for 6 months, but I would leave it to the court's discretion.
Let's meet in the middle at 9 months of probation. Mr. Newman, these will be the other conditions. There will be a fine of $500. There will be cost of $200. There will be $75 mandatory crime victims fee. There will be $50 mandatory state cost, $20 fund fee. You will be ordered to complete 20 hours of community service that must be completed within that 9-month period of time. You will forfeit the weapon at issue. You will not possess, purchase, utilize any other weapons during this probationary period. Ms. Castro, are you able to provide any information regarding the incidents that occurred on January 3rd, 2024?
As far as like the factual basis, Judge?
Yes, please.
I could, but if we can do a sidebar on this matter first.
I'm not, because there are other people waiting to be heard who are more than a half an hour behind. I'm concerned if there are any drug or alcohol issues that need to be addressed. Is
no.
there anger management that needs to be assigned?
No, Your Honor, none. This was a traffic stop, Judge.
Thank you. Was there anything else, Mr. Matherly?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Casto?
Yeah.
Nothing on behalf of defense, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Newman, this court's probation department will be in communication with you. They'll need to have you execute forms to be formally placed on probation and to assist you in completing your community service hours. If there's nothing else, Ms. Casto?
No, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Newman, you're free to go. You have a good day. Good luck to you, sir.
You as well, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. This is 22BL00539A, State of Michigan versus Destin Russell. May I have your appearances, please?
Yes. This is Gunnar Matherly for the people, P number 87297.
Sir, would you state your name for me, please?
Destin Russell.
Mr. Russell, the way court staff have you labeled indicate that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, that's correct.
And sir, you've had the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor in this matter?
Yes.
There is an indication from Mr. Mohammed, the prosecutor, that this case is to be adjourned one more week for you to present insurance, proof of insurance.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Russell, unless you have any objection, because you are unrepresented, the court will have you stand mute to the charges against you, just so that you may be formally arraigned. Set your bond at 1,000 personal. You don't need to post any money. You must just continue to appear as directed by the court until this case is resolved. We will adjourn this matter over to next Wednesday, May the 22nd at
10:15.
At 10:15 a.m., leaving that notification in the file that the prosecution is waiting for you to provide proof of insurance during the relevant times. Was there anything else, Mr. Matherly? Anything else, Mr. Russell?
No, that's it.
Have a good day, sir. I'll see you next Wednesday morning.
So,
Did you speak to Mr. Radford, Mr. Jadala?
I did, Judge.
This is 240406 SM, State of Michigan versus Austin Radford. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Gregory Tuj, P85961 for the people.
Your Honor, respectfully, Sam Jadala, P62186, standing in for the attorney of record, Mr. Daniel Batar, with my client's permission. Mr. Radford, would you please state your name?
good morning, Your Honor. Austin Radford.
Your Honor, at this
Thank you,
time,
Mr. Radford.
Your Honor, at this time, we're respectfully requesting a final pretrial with all witnesses who have to appear. And we'd also respectfully request that the prosecution send any digital evidence to Attorney Batar.
Well, for purposes of arraignment, I heard your request, Mr. Jadala, but for purposes of arraignment,
We'd waive formal reading and stand mute. I'm sorry, Your Honor. It seemed like on the docket that it was a pretrial that Mr. Radford was already arraigned.
no, he has not been. The court will set bond in this matter at 5,000 personal. Mr. Radford, you do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until such time as this matter is resolved in its entirety. There is a request from law enforcement that a condition of your bond be that you have no contact with the victim. Sir, do you have any reason to be in contact or communication with the victims in this case?
Yes, ma'am. Candace Dietrich is the mother of my child. So the judge at that time, the magistrate, did give me permission to have communication with her in order or in cause with my child, as well as the legal address that she has posted.
Mr. Jadala, no, Mr. Radford, I'm sorry. Mr. Jadala, the arraignment was not written on the file, but he did appear with Magistrate Hemmon on May the 1st. There's already a 5,000 personal no contact. I'll leave that as it is for May the 1st. Final pretrial on
May 22nd at 10:15.
May 22nd at 10:15 on Zoom in number 1 with the complainants to appear.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Was there anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor, not at this time.
Anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Radford, thank you for your patience this morning. Sir, you have another outstanding unrelated matter, allowing an unlawful driver to drive from 2021. You owe the court $676. If you have not done so already, please contact the court's collection department to make a payment plan or to pay that balance in full, okay?
Yes, ma'am, I will.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
Two four zero three three zero SM, State of Michigan versus Anderson. May I have your appearances, please?
This is Gunnar.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Anderson. I'm hoping Mr. Anderson is here.
Ma'am, state your name for me, please.
Cadella Anderson.
Thank you. Mr. Bowditch, this is a one of those cases that somehow have been set for final pretrial.
Yes, Your Honor.
The file doesn't indicate that she was arraigned, but
We would waive any sort of arraignment, Your Honor, stand mute.
it doesn't look like she was arraigned, but she posted bond of $500 from April the 2nd. So there's some conflict in the file, but today was supposed to be the final pretrial at 10 a.m. It's now 11:36. There is a victim present, Josette Edwards.
Your Honor, I'd wish to speak with the prosecutor then.
But Mr. Mohammed is going back into his breakout room. He'll be there momentarily.
Then I'll speak with Ms. Anderson. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And I am taking the brief as a recess. Brief like less than 3 minutes, so don't go far. Mr. DePietro, I'll be ready in just one moment, sir.
That's fine, Your Honor. Hey, Mary Ann, are you out there?
Yes, I am. Hi, Tom. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Could you change the name under my client?
Yep, I sure will.
Thank you.
Yep.
That's James Stamper, Marion. Beautiful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Damn.
You're not on the record, right?
Jeff, did you speak with the prosecutor?
Yes, we have an executed plea agreement on Miss Anderson. She's going to plead guilty under 771.
Is Mr. Mohammed writing something up, Mr. Bowditch?
Your Honor, we do have a plea agreement. I believe Mr. Mohammed is good. I can put it on the record, Your Honor.
Then this, back on the record in 240330 SM, Mr. Bowditch.
Your Honor, Ms. Anderson is going to be pleading guilty to the charge of assault and battery with the understanding the matter will be taken under deferred status. I believe it's 771 for a period of 12 months. If she complies with all the court's wishes, the court at that time will consider dismissal of these charges.
Mr. Bowditch, before the court inquires of your client, I want to disclose on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the issuing agency in this matter. Not issuing, the investigating public safety agency. My husband's not involved in the day-to-day operations of the public safety department. He doesn't know anything about this case. He doesn't know that Ms. Anderson's case is filed. Do you need a moment to speak with her? Or are you prepared to proceed with the plea?
Your Honor, I don't perceive there is a conflict. We'd wish to go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Ma'am, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Bowditch, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, ma'am, it's your understanding and agreement that you'll be tendering a plea of guilty as charged to assault or assault and battery.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to call witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
That's right.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, I haven't.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, is it true that on March 29, 2024 in in Van Buren Township that you made an assault or assault and battery upon Josette Edwards?
Yes, ma'am. I believe it may have been May the 28th.
The complaint that we received from the township indicates March 29th. Did you, Mr. Matherly, do you have a different date?
Not on me, Your Honor. If I may, I can go check with my colleague real quickly.
For today's purposes, Ms. Anderson, we will accept that within the allowable statute that you did make an assault or assault and battery upon Josette Edwards. Is that correct?
That's right.
Are the people
Thank you.
satisfied?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
Mr. Bowditch satisfied?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Thank you. And Ms. Edwards is present, had been present throughout this morning's proceedings. Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty as charged to the assault and or assault and battery as indicated by Mr. Bowditch. This plea is being taken pursuant to MCL 771.1 and delayed for a period of 12 months. Ma'am, so long as you incur no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan, pay a cost of $600.
And you'll say no objection?
Well, go talk to him.
And do 24 hours of community service, with that community service being documented and provided to the court's probation department. The matter will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. Do you need more than 5 days to pay the $600?
Yes, I do, please.
Then ma'am, I'll have you get in contact with the court's collection department. You can do that in one of three ways. You may come in person and speak to a member of the court staff. You may call and speak to the collections department, or you may go onto the court's website. There's a contact us button. It will drop down. You can submit a request for a payment plan that way. Was there anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe Prosecutor Mohammed is going to approach the bench with the plea agreement. There were some things added to the plea agreement I was unaware of, and he wishes to put those on the record.
Yes, Judge. Good morning, Mohammed on behalf of the people, P86771. We did agree to a 12 months delayed sentence. However, I was still drafting the terms and conditions that we were negotiating. And so
My
that would
apologies,
include
Ron.
10 anger management classes, 40 hours of community service, no assaultive contact, and an apology from the defendant to the victim, who's her mother.
Was that your understanding, Mr. Bowditch?
It is now, Your Honor.
You need a moment to speak to Ms. Anderson.
Ms. Anderson, could you hear what was going on?
I heard an apology.
40 hours of community service and anger management.
10 anger management classes and no assaultive contact, which means that the defendant cannot assault the victim, but they can speak to each other.
Do you need a moment with Ms. Anderson?
Ms. Anderson, do we need a moment or do you agree with these conditions?
Just one topic. I'm already taking anger management classes.
All we need is verification then, ma'am.
Okay.
So we'll amend the court record to indicate that the community service hours will be 40 community service hours, that Ms. Anderson will complete 10 anger management classes and provide documentation to the court's probation department. Ma'am, if you've already started, you may present that information to the court's probation department. The officer assigned to this courtroom is Anthony Grant. You will have no assaultive contact with Ms. Josette Edwards. And there is a request for an apology be made to Ms. Edwards. I don't know that that's necessarily best effectuated on Zoom. So although the court is ordering that you have no assaultive contact with Ms. Edwards, an apology goes a long way in healing relationships. Was there anything else, Mr. Mohammed?
Nothing from the people, Judge. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. Ms. Anderson, the court's probation department will be in contact with you so that they can get the documentation showing that you've done the anger management classes. You have a good day, ma'am.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you ready, Mr. Batar?
Oh, I am, Judge, yes.
240102 SM. This is State of Michigan versus Christopher Stewart. I'm sorry, Mr. Mohammed, have you spoken to Mr. DePietro yet?
Judge, that will be handled by APA Gunner.
Then Mr. Matherly will go into a breakout room with Mr. DePietro. We're going to start this bench trial right now. We're running about 50 minutes behind schedule. Let's see if we can make up some time. I don't know if a conversation might be helpful between you and Mr. DePietro, but let's try it. Appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Gregory Chuj, P85961 for the people.
I'm sorry, don't say a word, Mr. Batar. I don't have a secretary out here. Mary
I'm
Ann,
on
I'm
my way.
sorry.
I'm just gonna move
Thanks.
Mr. Petro in, the waiting room.
Oh, go, thank you, ma'am.
Yep.
Mary Ann, I'm just gonna claim host back from you on. I see Mr. Shores log on. No, Mr. Matherly log on. I'll get you, thanks. Yes, sir.
Ready for me, Judge? Daniel Batar on behalf of Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, can you stand up and state your name for the record, please? Chris Stewart.
Thank you, sir. You may be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. I am so sorry. Do we need to start again? I wasn't. And Mr. Stewart and everyone for this bench trial, I'll offer my apologies to you. Wednesdays always start a little rocky. We get a little delayed, so we are running just a skosh behind schedule. Doesn't mean that we don't appreciate your time this morning. I just want to offer that apology to you. Today is the day and time scheduled for bench trial. Is the prosecution ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, and if needed for the record, Gregory Tush, P85961 for the people.
Defense ready to proceed?
We are, Your Honor.
Any preliminary matters for the people?
No, Your Honor.
Any preliminary matters, Mr. Batar?
We ask for a sequestration order, Your Honor.
I'd have no objection.
If there is anyone in this courtroom or viewing these proceedings who will be giving testimony this afternoon, I'll ask you to stop viewing the matter. If you're in the courtroom, I ask you to remove yourself from the courtroom.
Thank you.
There are people in the courtroom. If you will be giving testimony in this matter, please leave. Ms. Edwards, we completed that plea, ma'am. You're free to go. You have a great day.
Thank you. Have a great day too.
Thank you, ma'am. Any opening statements, sir?
No, Your Honor.
Any opening, Mr. Batar?
Defense waives, Your Honor.
Your first witness, sir.
Thank you. At this time, the people would call the complainant, Angela Stewart.
Ms. Stewart? Ms. Stewart, come up to this podium for me here. State your first and last name and then spell them both, please.
Angela Stewart, ANGELASTEWAR.
Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. Please come have a seat in this black chair that's closest to me. My secretary will be recording your testimony. If she's unable to hear you, I'll ask you to either raise your voice or scoot yourself closer to the microphone. Additionally, you need to give verbal responses, yes, no. If you say or gesture, that's not recorded. Sir.
Thank you. And could you please state your name once more for the record?
Yes, Angela Stewart.
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, speak as if you're talking to the back of the courtroom, just so that these microphones may not be amplifying your voice.
Angela Stewart.
Thank you. And Ms. Stewart, do you know somebody by the name of Christopher Stewart?
Yes, I do.
How do you know this person?
He is my ex-husband.
And you say ex-husband. How long have the two of you been together?
15 years.
And did something occur between you and Christopher Stewart that brings you to court today?
Yes.
And what happened between the two of you?
There was a domestic incident.
You say there was a domestic incident. When did this occur?
It was last year, the night before Easter.
And where did this occur?
At our home.
What's the address of your home?
39231 Island Drive, New Boston, Michigan, 48164.
And is that in Wayne County?
Yes.
Thank you. So I want to take you back to the day of this incident. You said it happened the day before Easter. Do you recall what date that was on?
I think it was April 9th.
Do you recall what day of the week it was on?
It was on a Saturday. Because Easter was on a Sunday.
And if I tell you April 9th, 2023 is on a Sunday.
That was April 8th.
So the day I want to ask you about is the date of this domestic incident that you're referencing? Was this on Sunday the 9th or Saturday the 8th?
Saturday the 8th.
Okay. So I want to bring you back to the date of April 8th. And you said last year was at 2023.
Yes.
So before this domestic incident happened, what were you and Mr. Stewart doing?
I was at home. He had the boys out. And he had them out later than normal. So I called to find out where they were because on Easter, we have traditions that we like the kids to go to bed early.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. She's going into a narrative. Can we have questions asked and answered, please? I'll ask further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Bowdish, I need you to go back and log on. Your client from 10 o'clock has arrived.
And at any time on the 8th, or were you and Mr. Stewart at your house together?
Yes, we were.
And what had happened between the two of you at the house?
We were arguing because he brought the kids home late.
And where were you at when you were having this argument?
In the living room.
During this argument, at any time, did things turn physical?
Yes.
And what happened?
We were arguing. He was going into the bedroom, into the bathroom, and I followed him in there and I grabbed the door and Mr. Stewart looked down and slammed the door 3 times on my wrist and then grabbed my wrist and.
Okay, let's stop you there for a second. I just want to walk through this a bit. So you had mentioned the two of you had an argument.
Yes.
And Mr. Stewart is walking away from you, is that correct?
Yes.
As he's walking away, what are you doing?
We were arguing about, I was following him.
And you had mentioned that there was a door.
Yes.
Is this the door into the bedroom?
It's the bathroom door, our master bathroom door.
Okay, so the bathroom is located in the bedroom?
In the bedroom, yes.
So the two of you walk into the bedroom and what did Mr. Stewart do from there?
He went to go into the bathroom. He was still yelling. He wanted to slam the door to stop the argument, and I grabbed the door to continue the argument. And that's when he looked down and slammed the door 3 times.
So when you went to stop the door, where did you place your hand?
Just the door opening, I grabbed the door on the door frame.
Oh, on the door frame?
Mhm.
At about what height?
Probably about my height.
Okay, I see that you're gesturing forward slightly above shoulder height. Would that be what you're trying to convey?
Yeah.
Okay. And so your hand is placed on the door
On the
frame.
door, yeah.
And you had mentioned Mr. Stewart closed the door on your hand. What did he do, or did he do anything before closing the door?
He looked down at my hand. He saw my hand.
And how close were you to him at that time?
We were just, the door was just between us,
Oh, I see you're gesturing with your hands very close together.
very close together, yes.
After he closed the door, what did you do?
I think I went out into the living room. I really don't recall every single detail that happened afterwards.
Oh. And you had mentioned this door being closed on your hand multiple times, is that correct?
3 times.
And how much time had passed in between each of those?
They were
instances?
one after another.
Oh. Was there any further physical interaction between you and Mr. Stewart on that day?
No.
When the door hit your hand, where on your hand did it hit?
It hit like right here on the wrist.
On the wrist? Okay. I see you're gesturing to your right wrist. Would it
Yes,
be the
my right
one?
wrist.
Okay.
Yes.
After the door was closed on your hand, what happened next?
My kids were crying, so I went out in the living room. I told Mr. Stewart I was gonna call the police, and he told me that I was just mentally abusing my kids. He said, look at how upset they are, you wanna make them more upset.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay? Your Honor, this is a statement by a party opponent.
Objections overruled.
Thank you. So this incident occurred and you had been further talking with Mr. Stewart. What was the nature of this conversation?
About what had happened and how I was gonna call the police.
And did you call the police?
I did not, because he stopped me, because he told me I was mentally abusing my kids and hurting my kids, and so that stops me in my tracks. And so I waited.
I didn't hear that. Could you repeat that, Judge? She trailed off and it was hard for me to hear. Could you repeat your answer?
Yes. I said it stopped me in my tracks because he said I was mentally abusing my kids.
Were there any further interactions between you and Mr. Stewart on that day?
Not physical. We were still kind of arguing, but then the kids went to sleep. He went to bed in the bedroom and I slept on the couch.
Did you have any injuries from
I did.
that encounter?
I did.
And what injuries did you have?
My wrist was swollen and there was a wound on my right wrist. I had an x-ray.
I'm gonna stop you there for a second. You mentioned having an x-ray. When did you do that?
The next morning.
And so was that done at an outpatient facility, a doctor's office, a hospital?
It was done at Garden City emergency room.
And did you drive yourself there?
I did not, my daughter did.
And you had mentioned your daughter drove you?
Yeah.
What's your daughter's name?
Elizabeth Freeman.
Thank you. And so at some point, did you report this incident to law enforcement?
I waited. I reported it the week after.
I'm sorry? You reported it what?
The week after.
Thank you.
And what was the cause for the delay in the report?
My children. I was concerned about my children. I always want to make sure I'm doing the right thing for them.
And where was this report made?
At Huron Police Department.
You had mentioned going a week afterwards. At that time, were you still suffering or have any effects from that incident?
I was.
And at that time, what was the nature of the effects or conditions that you had at that time?
Basically trying to figure out what I wanted to do. Worried about my kids.
Let me rephrase that. You had mentioned that you had injuries from
Yes.
the incident on the
Yes.
8th. When you went to the police department,
Mhm.
did you still have those injuries? 1 week after?
The wound was healed, but the pain was still there.
Okay. So it was, would it be fair to say mostly pain at that time?
Yes.
Or pain and soreness?
Mhm.
Did you happen to take any pictures, photographs, or
I
did the
did
police
not.
take any
I
pictures
didn't
and
think
photographs of
about
your
it.
injuries?
They did not.
And you had mentioned that 2 children were present in the house at the time of the incident, further that your daughter had picked you up. Is your daughter one of the children that were present at
No.
the house?
No.
Okay. And these 2 children, are they children you have in common with Mr. Stewart?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I'd have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Bitar.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you today? I'm going to ask you some questions. If you don't understand the questions that I ask, please just ask me to repeat them or rephrase them, okay? All right, so Mr. Stewart is your ex-husband, correct?
Correct.
You were recently divorced?
Correct.
And the date of this incident you said was back on April 8th, is that correct?
Correct.
He was out with your 2 boys?
Yes.
Do you know where they went, what they did?
He said they were taking them to the movies, and then it started to get late, and I was wondering where
I
they
just
were.
asked if you knew where they went.
Oh, yes, I did.
Okay, and that was to the movies?
Yes.
And you knew they were leaving, correct?
Yes.
And you knew they were going to the movies?
Yes.
And you knew they'd be back after the movies, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And they got back at what time, do you remember?
About 10 o'clock.
Okay, 10 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And you were upset that they came home at 10 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Were you angry about it?
I was angry about it, yes.
Okay. And when Mr. Stewart came home with them at 10 p.m., you confronted him about it, correct?
I really didn't.
You didn't?
No, I didn't.
You were angry, you were upset, but you didn't confront him about it?
I confronted him about it on the phone when I found out because he had left that morning, so it was really late for them to be out.
Okay.
And
When
so,
let me cut you off for a second. When you say you confronted him on the phone, that was prior to them arriving at the house, correct?
correct.
Okay. Do you remember what time that was?
It was about 9:30, 10 o'clock.
So right
When
before they got home? And you confronted him on the phone about it?
Yes.
You yelled at him, correct?
Yes.
And then he showed up at the house with the kids?
Yes.
And the next day was Easter, correct?
Yes.
And he wanted to take the kids to church on Easter, right?
Yes, he did.
And you did not want him to do that, correct?
I did not because I was going to my daughter's house and I wanted to spend the morning with the boys on Easter.
Well, weren't you upset, or, I'm sorry, did you not want him to take the kids to church on Easter because you were upset about them coming home at 10 o'clock?
No.
That wasn't any part of it?
No.
Okay. You had other plans with the kids that morning?
I did. I wanted to spend the morning with the boys because I was going to my daughter's and Mr. Stewart was taking the boys to his mom's for Easter.
So you planned on having the kids with your family in the morning?
Just me in the morning.
And then he was
To
gonna take
have
them
breakfast. We were gonna all do Easter together in the morning, have breakfast,
Okay.
and then he could have taken them to his mom's.
And him coming home at 10 o'clock with the kids ruined your plans?
It did not ruin my plans.
But it made you upset though?
It did make.
It
me
made you
upset.
angry, correct?
It did make me
Okay.
angry.
And you two have a verbal altercation, correct,
Yes.
as a result of that? All right. And where did this verbal altercation take place?
Throughout the house, in the living room, to the bedroom.
And so when he came in, you said something to him, right?
No, I don't think I did. I was talking to the kids.
Well, how did the verbal altercation start then, if you didn't say anything to him?
My son said that they were to get up in the morning for church. And I told Ian, I said, no, you're gonna spend the morning with mommy
Okay.
for Easter.
So when do you start? You must have said something to him at that point then, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so that's when the argument started.
Yes,
Okay. And you were yelling at him,
I was.
and was he yelling back at you?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And where were you when this was taking place?
Living room, dining room, it's all kind of one.
Living room and dining room?
They're
area.
combined.
Okay. And at some point, he walks away from you, right?
Yes, he does.
And you walk.
Follow him.
Follow him, correct?
Yes.
And you're still yelling at him, correct?
Because he was yelling at me.
Just answer my question. So you're
Yep.
still yelling at him, correct?
Yes.
But he's walking away from you. Correct?
Yes,
And he goes to the master bedroom, correct?
yes,
And there's a bathroom inside your master bedroom,
yes,
correct?
there is.
And he's standing at the bathroom door, correct?
He walked into the bathroom, yes.
Okay. And you're following behind him.
Yes, I am.
You're still yelling at him. Right?
We were both yelling at each other.
You're
yes.
both yelling at each other. But he's walking away and going to the bathroom. He's in the bathroom at this point now, right?
Yes, he is.
Bathroom door is open.
Bathroom door is open.
Okay. And you start to try to, what, stand there? You're just standing there yelling at him while he's in the bathroom, correct?
He was going to change his clothes.
Okay. He's in the bathroom now.
Yes,
You're outside the bathroom.
yes,
But you're still in the bedroom, the master bedroom.
yes.
How many feet away from him are you?
Not many feet away.
3 feet,
The
5 feet?
door, but we were just between the door.
Okay, between the door. And was the door completely open or partially open?
No, he was shutting the door as I grabbed
So he was shutting, he's in the bathroom.
it. Mm-hmm,
He's trying to move away from you.
mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes,
And he's trying to shut the door.
yes.
And you grab the door, don't you?
I grabbed the door, yes.
Okay. And he's still trying to shut the
To
door at
finish
that
talking.
point.
I'm sorry. Only one of you can talk at a time.
Yes, Judge.
What were you saying, ma'am?
Yes, I was grabbing the door as he was shutting it.
Thank you.
So he goes to try and close the door, changes clothes, and you grab the door and stop him from closing the door, correct?
Correct.
And he tries to close the door, correct?
We were still in the middle of talking. Yes.
You were yelling at him. You were in the middle of
He
talking.
was
You-
also yelling too.
You were both arguing and yelling.
Yes, we were.
And then at some point, you claim that your hand is inside the door. Your hand is still on the door, right?
It's on the door like this.
Yep, and he tries to close the door.
Yes. He did close the door with my hand there.
Okay, but you're the one who put your hand there.
Yes, I did.
He didn't grab your hand and put it there.
No, he didn't.
He gets the door closed, right?
After he slammed it 3 times on my wrist.
Okay, he slammed it 3 times because your hand was still on that door while he was trying to close the door, correct?
Yes,
Okay. He gets the door closed.
yes,
Okay. How long is he in the bathroom?
5-10 minutes.
And then he comes back out.
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes,
And then you confront him again, correct?
telling him I was gonna call the police.
I'm sorry, telling him what?
I was going to call the police.
Okay. Did you call the police?
I did not.
You said that you didn't call the police because you said he told you you were mentally abusing the kids.
Yes. If I call the police,
If you called the police.
Yes.
So that's why you didn't call the police.
that's why I didn't call the police.
That's it.
Because he kept
That's,
saying
that's,
it.
just answer the question. So you did not call the police because he said it would be mental abuse to the kids if you called the police on it.
Yes,
You remember giving a statement to the police when you went into the police department, correct?
yes, I do.
And you went into the police department, you said a week later?
Yes,
The incident happened on April 8th, correct?
correct.
You didn't go into the police department until the 19th of April, did you?
No, yes,
No?
the 19th, 10 days, yes.
Okay, so it was actually 10 days, not a
10
week
days.
later. And when you went into the police, you gave a written statement, correct?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember telling the police in your written statement that you didn't call the police the day of the incident because you didn't want them to, you didn't want your kids to see their father arrested?
I also didn't want them to
Not
see-
also, do you remember telling the
Yes, I
police
do.
that? Do you remember
Yes, I
putting
do.
that in your written statement?
Yes, I do.
And that's different than what you just testified to, correct? You said it was about mental abuse.
It should also say in the police report that he stated that I was mentally abusing my kids.
I don't see that anywhere in here. I don't see that anywhere in your statement.
Okay.
And you admit you told the police it was because you didn't want your kids to see them arrested, correct? But.
I'm
this-
sorry, did you answer the question?
Yes.
Thank you.
But this incident happened on April 8th, correct?
Yes.
He works, right?
Yes, he does.
He went to work on the 10th, I'm assuming?
Yes.
He probably went to work several days between the 8th and the 19th,
Yes, I
correct?
did.
Your Honor, I'd have an objection to the relevance.
I don't see how it's not relevant. It's the delay of her police report, and I'm trying to get into why she delayed it, Judge.
Objection is overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. So he worked many days between April 8th and April 19th,
Yes,
correct?
he did.
And you were home alone, right?
I was.
You never called the police to come out to your house, did you?
I did not.
You never went into the police department and made a report at that
I
time?
did not.
And there was no chance that the kids were going to see him being arrested if you went into the police department, correct?
Correct.
Sorry, Judge, if I could just have 1 minute.
Do you have your dates up here?
You end up going to the Garden City Hospital on the 9th, correct?
Yes.
But that was only after your daughter came to the house, right?
I was going to my daughter's house in the first place.
You went to your daughter's house on April 9th.
Yes.
You didn't go to the hospital on April 9th.
I
You went
did
your
go
daughter-
to the
Ma'am, let me
hospital.
just finish. You're right, let me clear that up. After the incident on April 8th, you went to your daughter's house on April 9th, correct?
Yes.
You didn't go to the hospital first, right?
We dropped my boys off at her house.
You said you were going to go to
Or
your
no,
family's
I
house.
didn't
for
have the
Easter.
boys. I didn't have the boys. I'm sorry.
Okay, so you went straight to your daughter's house,
Yes.
and your daughter went with you to the hospital.
Yes.
You didn't go straight to the hospital on your own on April 9th. You-
No.
Your
my
boys
daughter
weren't there.
took me.
Your boys weren't there.
Right.
Was he around?
No, he was with the boys.
Okay. So you could have went to the police department that day, right?
I could have.
You could have went to the hospital that
I
day,
could
right?
have.
And you didn't go until you went to your daughter's house.
Correct.
Did your daughter tell you to go?
She thought I should have it go looked at. Yes.
Okay, so you're saying she looked at your wrist?
Yes, she saw my wrist.
Okay. You have a phone, right?
Yes, I do.
It has a camera on it, correct?
Yes, it does.
Did you take any pictures
I
of your
didn't
injury?
think about it at the time.
You didn't think about it?
No.
How swollen was your wrist?
It was quite swollen.
Okay.
It's in the medical reports.
It's in the medical reports that it's quite swollen?
I don't know the exact wording on it.
Okay. Yet you still didn't take a picture of it?
I wasn't thinking about that at the time.
Did your daughter tell you you should report this to the police?
She thought I should.
And you still didn't take a picture of it?
No, I didn't.
Your daughter didn't take any pictures of it?
No, she didn't.
So you have nothing to document what your injury looked like, correct?
Just going to the hospital.
Do you
to
have
get it
anything
done.
to document what your injury looked
Not
like?
personally, no,
Okay.
just the medical reports.
Okay. Judge, I'm sorry if I could have 1 more minute.
Absolutely.
Thank you. By the time you went to the police department on the 19th, 10 days later,
Mhm.
you claimed the swelling had gone down at that point, correct?
Yes.
There were no visible injuries when you went to the
No,
police
no.
department, were there?
No, there were not.
You said there was a cut on your wrist?
There was.
And after 10 days, that cut was completely gone?
It was a little cut. The police looked at it.
And you said that the swelling was significant, correct?
I wouldn't say it's significant, but it was swollen.
Well, there was a term that you used. Would you classify it as mild?
Mild, yeah.
Because that's what the doctor
That's what the
said.
doctor said, yes.
It was mild, right?
Yes,
There were no broken bones?
no.
The doctors didn't note any type of cut or
Yes,
slice on
they
your
did.
wrist?
It's
They
in the
did?
medical report. It's in the notes.
Mild soft tissue swelling with no acute osseosis abnormality. Soft tissues are otherwise unremarkable.
Those are the x-rays. You're not looking
Your
at
Honor,
the hospital
no,
notes.
it's an objection as no question has been asked.
Your objection is no questions been asked?
That the, my brother counsel is essentially testifying by reading off of the report. I would ask that a question be asked for further testimony.
I withdraw the statement that I made, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Bitar.
You're welcome. After this incident, you filed for divorce, right?
Yes,
You're now divorced, correct?
yes.
Nothing else, Your Honor.
Thank you. Redirect.
At this time, I have no further questions. Your
Thank
Honor.
you. Ms. Stewart, thank you for your testimony. You may step down. Before you call your next witness. 240329 SM State of Michigan versus Larry.
Ready, Your Honor. Your Honor,
Your
for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Larry. Your Honor, we apologize for Mr. Larry's late coming to the court, but he was in the wrong courtroom. I guess he checked in with Judge Oakley at 9:50. Wrong courtroom.
Mr. Larry, unmute yourself, turn your video on and state your name for me.
My name is Cameron Larry.
This case was scheduled at 10 o'clock. Even if he logged on with Judge Oakley at 9:55, he did not arrive here until 11:55, Mr. Bowditch. That being the case, how are we to proceed this afternoon?
Your Honor, I would divert to the prosecutor. I don't think they're going to proceed in this matter. I don't think the victim
Did
has
you speak
appeared.
to Mr. Mohammed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Nice cover.
If somebody doesn't go get Mr. Mohammed to get on the screen, please, so we can dispose
Your
of this
Honor,
case.
let me do this.
I don't understand sitting and looking at me when you have the ability to move these things along. I'm sorry, Mr. Bitar, I'm trying to get 10 o'clock case done so we can get on with
No,
the
Judge, I'm
11:30
sorry.
case.
I was just a little, I stopped listening for a second. I didn't know if you were talking to us or looking for us.
Mr. Larry,
Yes, ma'am.
Nobody appeared in person, and I mean, this case was scheduled at 10 a.m. and I didn't know the defendant was here until after 12. So if the victim appeared on Zoom, I'm sure the clerk can let you know, but the defendant didn't appear until 2 hours after the time of the case.
Next week at what time? Make up something. 10 o'clock? Final pretrial 5/22 at 10 a.m. Mr. Larry, back here on this same Zoom ID with me, Judge Martin, at 10 a.m. Complainant to appear. Will dispose of the matter at that time. Mr. Ballard, that concludes your docket for the day at 12:25. We're back on the record in 240-102 SM. Your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. This time the people would call Elizabeth Freeman.
Good morning. Stop right here at this podium for me, please. State your first and last name and then spell them both for the record.
Elizabeth Freeman, ELIZABETHFREEMAN.
Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. Please come have a seat in this black chair that's closest to me. My secretary is recording your testimony. If she's unable to hear you, I'll ask you to either raise your voice or pull yourself closer to that microphone. Only one person can talk at a time. In this case, you need to speak loud enough for the gentleman in the back row to hear you. Your witness, sir.
Thank you. And just to reiterate, speaking as if you're talking to the back of the courtroom, there are microphones, but they're for recording, they're not necessarily amplifying the noise. Could you please state your name once more?
Elizabeth Freeman.
And Ms. Freeman, do you know somebody by the name of Christopher Stewart?
I do.
And how do you know this person?
He is my mom's ex-husband.
And who's your mother?
Angela Stewart.
And now I want to bring you back to a day, April 9th, 2023, around Easter. Do you recall this date?
I do.
And on that day, did you happen to see Angela Stewart?
I did.
And what were the circumstances of the two of you meeting?
I was picking my mom up for Easter. We had planned for her to come over to my house on Easter morning to spend time with me and my daughters.
And is that what occurred that day, that Miss Stewart came over to your house for Easter?
Yes.
Did you go anywhere else besides your house on that?
Yes. When I picked Miss Stewart up, I immediately took her to the hospital.
And why did you take Angela Stewart to the hospital?
Because when I got to her house, I had already talked to her the night before, and I was aware of some injuries that had happened. And
Ms. Williams, down for a second.
Yeah.
So, you mentioned injuries. Did you see any injuries? Did you notice anything?
Yes, her thumb was very swollen, her wrist was purple, and her hand was pretty swollen.
And when talking about the injuries just now, I see that you lifted your left hand and slapped the back of your right hand.
Yes.
Are you indicating which hand the injuries are on?
So when I first got into her house, she was facing me and she had turned around, and that's when I noticed that they were on her right hand.
So you observed injuries on her right hand, and afterwards you went to the hospital?
Yes.
And this had occurred on Easter, the April 9th, 2023?
What was that?
This happened on Easter?
The day we went to the hospital was Easter.
Okay. And how often do you see Angela Stewart?
I see her probably once a week. I at least try to.
Do you recall how long this injury had lasted, if you know?
So after Easter, we were together for.
Objection, Your Honor.
About a month.
Calls for speculation. I don't know how she would be able to testify to someone else's injuries and how long they lasted.
I can rephrase the question.
Thank you.
You mentioned seeing swelling and discoloration when mentioning an injury. How long did the swelling and discoloration last, if you know?
I would say about a week, but she does still have pain. She mentions pain still to this day.
And you mentioned seeing her about once a week?
Yes.
Okay. So it was in between the first time, the first initial, it was between Easter and the next time that you saw her?
Yeah.
About. I apologize, Your Honor, if I may just have 1 second.
No worries.
And Ms. Freeman, upon seeing this injury, did you happen to take any pictures or make any record of the injury?
I did not,
Is there any particular reason why you did not?
because I just wanted to get her in to get it looked at because it was extremely, extremely swollen. Her thumb particularly.
Oh. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, may I, Your Honor?
Yes, of course.
Good afternoon, ma'am. So you heard there was an altercation between your mother and your stepfather, correct?
I did.
You heard that before you saw her on Easter, right?
I did.
Okay. And she comes to your house, correct?
I picked her up from her
And-
house.
And what was the term you used? How much swelling was there?
There was significant swelling in her
Sig-
thumb.
Significant swelling. And her thumb was purple, I think you said, right?
Right here. Yes,
Okay. You didn't take a picture. You have a phone, right?
I do.
You have a camera on your phone?
I do.
You didn't take a picture of it.
No,
You
I did
knew
not.
it was
I
from-
took her to see a medical professional.
Answer my question. You didn't take a picture of it.
No, I did not.
You knew they had an altercation at the house the day before,
I
correct?
did.
And you still didn't take a picture of it.
I did not.
You were worried about getting her to the hospital, correct?
Yes,
That's what you testified to.
yes.
How long were you at the hospital? A couple hours?
Probably about 3 hours, yeah.
Okay. After you left the hospital, did you take a picture?
No, I did
You were
not.
no longer concerned about getting her to the hospital at that point, right?
We had already seen a medical professional that told us there was tissue damage,
Okay. There was tissue damage?
soft tissue damage,
Okay.
yes,
Damage, you said?
yes,
Soft tissue damage?
yes.
Okay. Nothing else, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any redirect, sir?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Freeman. You may step down.
Thank you.
I want to give us information. Your Honor, at this time, we have a stipulation. We have the medical records that were provided to the police by the defendant. We would like to submit those to the court as defense exhibit one. I'm sorry, by the complainant. We would like to admit those as defense exhibit one.
By stipulation.
Yes, sir.
They'll be received.
Thank you.
Your next witness, sir.
At this time, the people have no further witnesses, people are.
Thank you. Mr. Batar.
Your Honor, could I have a few minutes to speak with my client?
Yes.
Thank you.
Would you, Mr. Batar, would you have Mr. Mohammed step in for me, please? I just want to know if you're ready on Stamper.
I'm not doing that one. APA
Oh,
that would be it.
is he
I'm
ready
going
on, is he, no, we're taking them in the order they're scheduled. Is he ready on Stamper? Do you know?
I don't believe all the alternates are here yet.
Okay. And
So
as
the
for
next
Mr.
one's a waiver.
As for Mr. Glenn, you say he's a waiver?
This-
Okay. Where's your client, Mr. Glenn?
He's in custody
Oh.
now.
He's in custody here with us?
Yeah, so I see.
Thomas. Can you get him real quick? Yeah. Thanks, I'm sorry.
Also, in regards to Stamper, the defense attorney is here yet.
He's here. He's been here.
No, the defense attorney. It's Hannah Barron. She's
Am
not
I,
here.
it's Tom DePietro, who I've been talking to, who I've been looking at for 2 hours now.
Oh, I apologize. Stamper is the motion. I thought that was an exam. That's the motion here, correct?
It's motion PCC that was scheduled for 11 a.m., which is why I asked somebody to go talk to him.
Yes, I'll
Please
grab
and
it.
thank you. Do you have any objection to Thomas' waiver? You have any objection to Thomas's waiver?
No objection.
Then you can go do what you need to do. 201033 FY, State of Michigan versus Robert Thomas. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Mohammed on behalf of the people, P-86771.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. This is Glenn P. 3863 here on behalf of this, all right.
Would you state your name for me, please, sir?
Robert Lee Thomas III.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Today is the day and time set for the preliminary examination in this matter. Are the people prepared to proceed?
We are, Your Honor.
Defense prepared to proceed?
We're waiting now.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas, would you raise your right hand for me, please, sir? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You may put your hand down. Thank you, sir. You had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Glenn, and you understand that you have an absolute right to have a preliminary examination where the prosecution would have to show that a crime had been committed and that probable cause exists to believe that you're involved in the commission of that crime.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation with Mr. Glenn, it's your desire this afternoon to waive your right to have that examination.
What's that mean?
After talking to Mr. Glenn, you wish to waive your right to have the examination.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're doing so freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to waive the exam?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Glenn is signing that he is waiving and that you'll be waiving. I'll stop talking so you can sign your name, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
That's one of the old forms. I'm not sure if there's space for Mr. Mohammed to sign that the people don't object.
No objection, and I'll just be.
Mr. Thomas, the file will come back up to me, and as long as it has your signature, Mr. Glenn's signature, and Mr. Mohammed's signature, I will sign as well. Once I sign, the next step is that you'll be bound over as charged for an arraignment on the information. That will happen at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice on May 22nd, 2024 at 9 a.m. Your previously entered bond with any of its conditions will continue. I have the signed form back. Was there anything else, Mr. Mohammed?
Nothing from the people, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Thomas.
What was that date again, ma'am?
It's May the 22nd. It's a week from today at 9 a.m. If that date changes, Mr. Glenn will be in contact or communication with you, okay?
Yes, ma'am. I seen
Any-
you on TV, by the way.
You saw me on TV. I don't know if that's good or bad.
Court TV.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Ugh.
Where they took the filming of it, put it together on a show.
I'd rather not know that, but thank you, Mr. Thomas. Anything else, Mr. Glenn?
No, yeah.
Good luck to you downtown, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Mr. Batar, I'm sorry. I saw the opportunity. I had to take my shot.
Yes, sir.
We'll go back on the record in 240102 SM. The people have rested. Let's reshuffle the players.
Judge, at this time, the defense would like to call Officer Sullivan.
Mr. Stamper, I'm trying, trust me.
Judge, we're ready on that, whenever you.
Yeah, no. Unless it's going to be 30 seconds or less, we're going to continue on in the trial of Mr. Stewart. Sir, all the way up to this middle podium for me, please. State your first and last name and spell them both for the record.
It's Officer Robert Sullins.
And now spell them both.
Oh, spell it?
Spell your first and last name for me,
It's,
please.
ROBERT. My last name is SULLINS.
Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Please come have a seat in this chair that's closest to me. My secretary is recording your testimony this afternoon. I will ask that you keep your voice up so she's able to hear you and take a complete record, okay?
Okay.
Mr. Bitar.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon, sir.
Where are you employed?
Currently at the Taylor Police Department.
Currently, where were you employed in April of 2023?
The Huron Township Police Department.
Great, and what was your position there?
Police officer.
Okay, and do you remember working a shift on April 19th, 2023?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember having an interaction with a Angela Stewart?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell me what happened or how you met her? Tell me how you met her.
Yes, so she came to the Huron Township Police Department to make a report for a domestic dispute.
Okay, great. And at that time, did you, you documented that, correct?
Absolutely.
You took a report, you drafted a report?
Yes.
Okay. And did you happen to take a look at Ms. Stewart?
Yes, sir.
And she complained of an injury, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you observe any visible injuries on her?
I did not.
Nothing else, Your Honor.
Thank you. Your witness, sir.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, the people that have no questions for this witness, may the court excuse Officer Sullivan.
Officer Sullins, thank you for coming in this afternoon. Thank you for
Thank
your
you, Your Honor.
testimony. Have a good day. Don't break our nice though. Your next witness, sir.
Your Honor, I'd just like to allow you to hear my client if I could.
Absolutely.
Mr. Stewart, can you stand up, please? He needs to be sworn.
Sir, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Stewart, you understand your charge of criminal offense here today, correct?
Yes.
And our Constitution provides you with the right to remain silent. You understand that?
Yes.
You do not have to testify on this matter if you choose not to. You understand that?
Yes.
And you understand that your silence cannot be used against you.
Yes.
And is it your choice to choose to testify or not testify?
I choose not to.
Thank you. Nothing else.
Thank you. Nothing else as relates to Mr. Stewart, or nothing else at all in this matter?
Nothing else at all, Your Honor.
Thank you. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor, just brief closing.
Absolutely.
Your Honor, today you've heard testimony from both the complainant and her daughter in this matter, Angela Stewart and Elizabeth Freeman. Now, this incident comes from an argument that went a little too far. This argument, both sides yelling at each other, Ms. Stewart, Mr. Stewart, they're upset over the care and where the children are going over Easter. But this incident did not have to happen. It didn't need to become physical. You've heard how Ms. Stewart was arguing with her husband, Christopher, followed in, wanted to continue the argument instead of just ending the conversation. Ms. Stewart did follow. However, Mr. Stewart, in an effort to escalate things, turned around, saw Ms. Stewart's hand in the doorway, and decided to close the door, not just once, not ask Ms. Stewart to step away, not take a break, but 3 times close the door on her hand. causing swelling, causing an injury that when Miss Freeman observed Miss Stewart's hand the following day, became so concerned that she took her mother to the hospital. Hospital records indicate that Miss Stewart did go for a hand injury, and that all of this points to this physical incident occurred, that Miss Stewart had her head struck and injured an endorphin. Now, we also heard that Miss Stewart was concerned about her children. She didn't want to cause more emotional stress to the children. And whether or not it was the right decision, Miss Stewart decided not to call the police on the day of the incident. She did so to protect her children. Now, over time, Miss Stewart considered this option and decided 10 days after to report the incident. We hear from Miss Stewart and Miss Freeman that at this time, the discoloration in Miss Stewart's hand had faded, that there were no visible signs of the injury. This injury being one of swelling that caused by the endorphin, not deep wounds or cuts that would take longer to heal. And it's very reasonable that Miss Stewart carefully considered whether or not she wanted to report this incident for a period of 10 days before going to the police department. It does not matter if pictures are taken of an injury. It does not matter that an incident be reported immediately in order for justice to be served. The necessary elements are there's testimony and evidence of each of the necessary elements here, that the two, Ms. Stewart, Mr. Stewart have a spousal relationship with children in common, reside together, and that there was offensive physical contact with Mr. Stewart closing the door on Ms. Stewart's hand 3 times. Here, I ask that you find the defendant guilty of domestic violence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, from the testimony we've heard here today, it's clear who the aggressor was in this case. It was Angela. She testified that she was upset and that she was angry with Mr. Stewart because he kept the kids out until 10 o'clock at night. As soon as he came home, they started arguing. She confronted him about it. He tried to take himself out of the situation, Judge. He went into the bedroom and tried to get into the bathroom, and she is the one that went after him. She is the one who tried to stop him from closing that door. She is the aggressor. That is clear, reasonable doubt, Judge, as to whether or not he committed any criminal act. He didn't commit any criminal act regardless. This isn't just reasonable doubt. She came after him, and he was trying to extricate himself from the situation. She testified that she suffered, I'm sorry, let's go to this other part. She claims that he slammed the door on her wrist 3 times. You've been given medical records, Judge. They were admitted with the stipulation. I propose to you, Judge, that if somebody slammed a door 3 times on somebody's wrist, there would be a significant injury. There wouldn't be mild soft tissue injury as indicated in the medical report. Also, nowhere in that medical report does it indicate what exactly happened or transpired. It was an assault. That's all that it says, is something about an assault. But Judge, it doesn't make sense that if someone had their wrist slammed in the door 3 times, that there wouldn't be any significant injury. And again, why wouldn't she take a picture of it? Everybody has phones nowadays. Everybody documents every aspect of their life all the time. She doesn't take any pictures. Her daughter doesn't take any pictures. And she does not go to the police department to make a report until 10 days later. And there is no reasonable explanation for that delay, Judge. She testified that the reason there was a delay was because her husband, she didn't call the police because her husband said that would be abusive, mentally abusive to the children. Yet, she admits she told the police that she didn't want her children to see their father arrested. That makes sense, but again, if you didn't want your kids to see their father arrested, why didn't you go to the police station on the 9th? After you went to the hospital, why didn't you go to the police station? On the 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, or 18th, why didn't you go then? She never did. When she does go to the police station, the police officer there doesn't see any signs of any visible injuries. We heard her daughter testify, Judge. Her daughter said, and again, it's her daughter, so she's biased, but her daughter said significant swelling. Her thumb was bruised, yet she still didn't take a picture of it. Just doesn't make sense. The medical records also contradict what the daughter testified to, Judge. Nowhere in those medical records does it say anything about any significant swelling, mild, soft tissue. It doesn't document discoloration. It doesn't make note of any lacerations. This isn't a case of reasonable doubt, Judge. This is a case of a man who did not commit domestic violence against his wife. She, again, was the aggressor. She came at him, and he was trying to remove himself from the situation. She was angry, she was upset, and she wasn't going to stop bothering him that night. Judge, we ask you to find my client not guilty.
Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor, prior to court providing a ruling, may offer the complainants an opportunity to be present.
You have any objection, Mr.?
No, Judge, absolutely not.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The court has had the opportunity. Was that, I'm sorry, sir, only one person came in, was that it?
Yes.
Okay.
it's my understanding that
The
Mr.
court has had the opportunity to hear from the complainant, Ms. Angela Rose, her daughter, Ms. Elizabeth Freeman, Officer Robert Sullins, who took the police report. The court also received into evidence the medical records from Garden City Hospital from April 9, 2023. The sole count in this case is domestic violence, the allegation that Mr. Stewart did make an assault or assault and battery upon Angela Rose Stewart, his former spouse, contrary to MCL 750.81 sub 2. It is this court's finding, after hearing the testimony of the parties just named, that Mr. Stewart is not guilty. And that concludes this matter. Is there anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
That concludes this matter. Mr. Stewart, good luck to you, sir. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Your Honor. You have a good day.
Mr. Bitar, maybe you want to wait a moment before you exit the courtroom with your client.
Mr. Stewart, hang on one second.
And where's Mr. Matherly? Her too. Keep her in here. Let's get Mr. Matherly so we can get going on Stamper.
I was looking to see when I was gonna see both of you next, but it doesn't look like until June 6th.
You're more than welcome to stick your head in whenever you're here in the building next.
That's the other part, but who knows when I'll.
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
I get 2 sentences.
Are you ready on Stamper?
Yeah, yes, we are.
Mr. DePietro and Mr. Stamper, let me offer you my apologies. I've seen you here patiently waiting for this case to be called. We just got behind. This is 240327 FY. This is State of Michigan versus James Stamper. May I have your appearances, please?
This is Gunnar Matherly for the people, P number 87297.
No apologies necessary, Your Honor. Tom DePietro appearing on behalf of Mr. Stamper.
Mr. Stamper, state your name for the record, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. James Stamper.
Thank you, Mr. Stamper. Today is the day and time scheduled for the PCC and the defense motion to strike information and dismiss charges. The court has reviewed both the motion and the reply. The parties have had the opportunity to speak. Mr. DePietro, how are we proceeding this afternoon?
We're proceeding with the motion, Your Honor.
Mr. Matherly, you may be seated. Your motion, Mr. DePietro, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me start by saying that the prosecution in their response is misdirecting the inquiry necessary to resolve this motion to dismiss. They raise the issue that we are attacking the facts of the information. We are attacking the facts of the complaint. And that should more appropriately be done at a preliminary exam. To clarify, we are not attacking the case, quote unquote. We're attacking the instrument that was created that creates this conflict between Mr. Stamper and the court. That instrument is invalid. It's void. It's voidable by law. And once this court recognizes that it's voidable, it cannot stand as the foundation for any type of binding proceeding in the state of Michigan. The element of fraud vitiates every agreement, every contract, every understanding, every right. When fraud is found, the document is void. It's that document is what brought us here, and we're attacking it, not its contents. That needs to be emphasized. So we are not going to go to an exam based on this argument of fraud. The facts may come up which will suggest that there is no case, but that's not what we're here for today. So what's happening is a document that I contend is fraudulent is being used to put a person in jeopardy and to require that person to answer charges which should not even be in this court. The fraud I've laid out in my motion. The prosecution did not rebut, argue against, or in any way raise the validity of my allegations as to fraud or as to the presumed facts and exhibits arising from the complaining witness's letter threatening criminal prosecution. None of that's attacked. None of that, therefore, should be at issue in front of this court at this time. Their response does not attack or meet any of the charges I brought. Therefore, on its face, this motion should be granted. The weakness, if I may suggest it might be in my argument, any fraud is based on, as an element, is the defrauded party, in this case, Detective Saligen, who wrote up this charge and submitted it for prosecution. There has to be reliance. Now, I'm asking the court to presume reliance from the following facts on the record: that she was conducting a campaign to create, complaining witness, to create a criminal case to extract a civil remedy. She had a duty to disclose that by virtue of the statute regarding false police reports. If Saligen had known that, and if he'd known these facts, I asked the court to presume that he would not have written this up and would not have submitted it to the prosecution, for the simple reason that for him to do so would have been a violation of the law, using the criminal process to achieve a civil settlement. So I'm asking you to presume he wouldn't do that, and therefore that's the reliance. Now, Judge, you know, if they would have put an affidavit from the detective on this motion that said something like this, I read DePietro's motion and I read everything he said, and even if it's true, I still would have submitted this case to the prosecution. That's all they had to do, because then reliance would go up in smoke and my motion with it, and they didn't even bother to do that. This is a totally defenseless position the prosecution has taken. They're trying to send us down the probable cause road. We shouldn't even be compelled to go that way. Thanks, Judge, for your time.
Yes, please.
Your Honor, I stand by my motion, but I would like to add a few points. So all of the arguments in the defense's motion are alleged offenses that we cannot verify. There's been no proof submitted and nor testimony given to provide any authentication of the defense's claims. The defense states in their motion that this is not a criminal case, but rather a civil matter. However, these two are not mutually exclusive. This is indeed a criminal matter. I mean, you have the Officer Saligen who reviewed this case, and even the warrant prosecutor who reviewed this case and recommended charges given. And the defense makes arguments in their motion regarding the terms of the contract and the cost of appliances and the supposed fraud by the victim. But the defense does not dissuade the criminal matter of this case. The fact of the matter is the defendant knew he was not a licensed contractor. He advertised as a licensed contractor and engaged as a licensed contractor, which in that is by itself is a misdemeanor. But here, to add on, the defendant intended to defraud the victim because he knew he was not licensed. He knew he would not be able to provide and pull the proper permits in order to complete the work. Additionally, the defendant walked off the job after completing enough work that was required for the initial $40,000 payment. And the victim relied on this defendant's false pretense of being a licensed contractor, as she thought she hired someone who had the necessary qualifications to complete the job. And that victim lost over $40,000. The people believe this matter is a question of fact, wherefore the people respectfully request this honorable court to deny the defendant's motion. Thank you.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Absolutely, Mr. DePietro.
Judge, once again, the prosecutor is trying to tell me that the attack on the document, trying to suggest to the court that the attack on the document is a defense to the underlying criminal charge. This is not a facial attack on the information, like maybe they didn't have the right charge wrote down or a period in the wrong spot. This is an attack on the existence of the charge, the warrant prosecutor's decision to recommend. They could have put his affidavit in response to this motion and said, we'd have done the same thing even in light of DePietro's allegations. Once again, that would have killed this motion in a heartbeat. They didn't bother. And I find that very telling. They have the key to winning this motion in their hands and they don't produce it. Now in the civil law, when somebody has the information and they don't produce it, there's a right to presume that it's not favorable to them, hence it's being concealed. The reference to elements of the fact that I raised in my motion were simply to bolster the argument of this person's motivation in bringing this charge, i.e. extortion, and was not intended to try and litigate the case. And once again, they're arguing about licensure. That has nothing to do with anything. Nowhere in their allegation of fraud do they say, and that's very clear in their document, that she was defrauded because my client told her he was licensed. They claim she was defrauded because he took more than $20,000 from her. So this licensure thing is another red herring. Judge, I don't know if you ever tried a building case in your practice, Judge, but that's what this is heading for, and it shouldn't be there. And I'm asking again for the court to dismiss the fraud charge. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. The court has heard the arguments of the prosecutor and the defense attorney and would note that when the court first received the motion on April the 10th, captioned defendant's motion to strike information, dismiss charges due to fraud of complaining witness perpetrated upon the Sumter Township Police Department, the motion was lacking pages. The court received 4 pages and Mr. DePietro subsequently submitted his motion in its entirety, along with all of his attachments. The court took the opportunity to review the motion, review the statute cited, review all of the documents that were attached to Mr. DePietro, the defense motion. The court did receive a response from the prosecutor's office late last week and reviewed it, heard the arguments this morning, and will deny Mr. DePietro's motion to dismiss the charges at this time. The court believes that the argument that this is an attempt to have the court go beyond the scope of its duties in terms of a felony in the district court. The court believes that this case should continue on track to at least have discovery completed and the exam date scheduled, unless the parties have had some other conversation during their probable cause conference that will put this case on a different track. Mr. Matherly and Mr. DePietro, did you discuss scheduling an exam in this matter?
In my communications with Mr. DePietro, yes, we indicated that he would hold for an exam.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Mr. DePietro, the court having made its decision on your motion, are you prepared to have an exam scheduled, or is there more information that needs to be exchanged between the parties?
Judge, the prosecutor has disclosed much information to me. One of the issues that remain open is whether there is not written investigation report by the prior detective, John Toth. I corresponded with the evidence person at the prosecutor's office, and they were going to check that out. Depending on the outcome of that, I'm satisfied, Judge.
Exam date of July 3rd, I think, is this court's next available date.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you for the time taken to hear this matter.
At 2 p.m. Mr. DePietro, thank you for that. Mr. Stamper, July 3rd at 2 p.m. in person in courtroom number 1. And this court typically, I think that, Mary Ann, let's schedule that. The Stamper matter is the last case scheduled for the day. Is there anything else on behalf of the people?
Yes, Your Honor. I spoke to the current OIC for this case, Officer Salgin. He indicated to me that because this case had a transfer over between OICs and the previous videos and reports are not, they're not available because I think the previous OIC retired and those documents expired. But I can provide Officer Salgin to explain further if needed.
Reports and documents from Detective Toth from July of 2022 are no longer available. Is that what your indication is, Mr. Matherly? Mr. DePietro, are you able to hear?
No, I didn't hear that, Judge. May I just indicate that I understand the axons aren't available, but that John Toth conducted an investigation and an interview on this case, and that's the only investigator's report I did not receive. He retired, but so his tapes are unavailable because they're too old. But I would hope that his investigative report would still be in the Sumter PD files.
That was what I was trying to clarify with Salgin, that we're not talking about video, we're talking about Toth's reports. Are you saying those aren't available? I'm sorry.
It's not that they're not available, that they don't exist. They never have. The only thing, because I am indeed the new OIC, and when I took over, the only thing that was available to me is the original report that Sergeant Casey took at the time, who was also retired. So he took the original report when the victim came in, and Lieutenant Toth worked with the victim, and there was never any resolve before he retired. And then his open cases, I inherited.
May I respond, Your Honor? Excuse me. I'm sorry. Pardon me, Detective.
Were you finished?
I was just saying, once Detective Lieutenant Toth retired, I inherited his open cases, and this is one of them. And I took it on as my investigation, and there's nothing done by Detective Lieutenant Toth before I took it over. There's no reports.
Thank you. Mr. DePietro, your response?
I would only add, suggest, Your Honor, that Detective Toth called me, told me that he had received a complaint from this person and wanted my client to participate in it. I presume, therefore, something in writing would have been created by the detective. You know, if they can't find it or they didn't give it to Detective Saligen, I'm stuck with it. Without it.
The exam is scheduled for July 3rd at 2 p.m. What I would suggest is there be a scouring of the records, and if there's anything that's available that needs to be surrendered to Mr. DePietro, that it be done in short order so that we may be properly positioned to take testimony on July 3rd. Anything else, Mr. Matherly?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. DePietro?
No, Judge, not at all. And thank you again. Appreciate it.
Have a good afternoon. Thank you, sir.
You too.
Almaradi? Somebody want to get Hannah Barron? I'm sorry? Okay. Thank you. This is 4S4331787ST. This is State of Michigan versus Alton Wilson. This case was scheduled at 8:15 a.m. for show cause arraignment pretrial. It is now 1:12 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. This is 24L565963 OT. This is State of Michigan versus Todd Zimmer. This case was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8:15 a.m. It's now 1:12 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. They want you to call her. Why? Well, her client should have been doing that for the last 20 minutes. That would have been nice. This is 24L565007BSM, State of Michigan versus Wayne Bunch. This case was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8:15 a.m. It's now 1:13 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. This is 24WM00755BST, State of Michigan versus Nevaeh Miller. This case was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8:15 a.m. It's now 1:14 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. These are 24BL0081A, B, and C. These are State of Michigan versus Charlize Riggs. These cases were scheduled at 8:45 for pretrial and pre-hearing. It is now 1:14 by this PM by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, the C file, which is a civil infraction, will be deemed in default. The A and B files will be set for show cause.
Just back here, so there was a message on my phone at 12:30 that she is just leaving Eastern District.
Thank you. This is 24WM005997ST, State of Michigan versus Ebony Dobbs. This case was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 9:30 a.m. It's now 1:16 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, this matter will be set for show cause. This is 22RP02996 BST, State of Michigan versus Jaylene McKinney. This case was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 10:15 a.m. It's now 1:17 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, this matter will be set for show cause. Thank you. This is 4S4293462ST, State of Michigan versus Richard Kennedy. This case is scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 9:45 a.m. It's now 1:18 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, this matter will be set for show cause. So, three things. A run out of ink. The person that couldn't remember their P number.
Well, I was cracking up with that.
And then the plea agreement that nobody sends to me, and then you just. I've tried it. I'm like. Kevin was at a conference and met a newer attorney. And asked her P number. She didn't know it. She was that new that she didn't know it. And they went and did whatever and came back. And the afternoon when they came back, she was all excited that she knew it. And she has seen him a few times since then. And every time she sees him, she tells him. So I know my P number. I'm like, okay. She was like, how do you know you can ask for that? This is 240-387 SD, State of Michigan versus Jasmine Bowser. This case was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 10:30 a.m. It's now 1:27 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant has failed to appear. The matter will be set for show cause. What did you just open? I heard the paper. I saw my earbuds. What's wrong? I saw US 12 has opened a bakery component and they have giant pretzels, which I love. Yeah.
You're kidding me.
That I love giant pretzels, or that they have a bakery component.
Giant or giant?
Giant.
You're kidding.
Nope.
Ooh, that's kind of.
Exactly.
You can do a lot right there. Flowers, pretzels. Yeah, there is nothing bad in that.
Well, they have them at Twisted now. So yeah.
I've seen them advertising their website.
That's not the same. I want the big one with the spicy mustard.
Yeah. Oh, so
I my bar is set so low. I mean, I'm happy to eat a nice lightly grilled tuna steak, but I am never turning my nose up at a nice hot pretzel or a can of cotton candy. What is the Just Sweets? Just Fun? It comes in a plastic container like this big. You can get them at the dollar store. And the company, yeah, there's a snack and candy convention going on right now.
Oh, no.
And the only reason why I know is because I have a friend that reviews products. Yeah.
Like tasting them? Or
Yep. Sweets and Snacks Expo
where?
in Indianapolis.
Well, that would be a fun.
But they don't, it's not open to the general public. You have to be a manufacturer or supplier that, yeah, trust me, I was.
So your friend gets, they taste the food?
Uh-huh.
Or they have people taste?
They do. They have a whole social media presence. They have like 30,000 followers. Manufacturers send them stuff. I'm not going to say their name because I know we're still up and going, but that's, yeah. And when they have too much stuff, they have a table where their friends can come over and grab whatever's left over. And sometimes they do giveaways. Like, here are 5 products. Tell me which one I should taste first. Like, comment, share, and I'll send you the, oh yeah.
Does somebody hire them or do they start?
People pay them, they're monetized. I don't even know how that whole thing works. I just think it's funny because I didn't know it was the person at first. I saw the page. I didn't realize it was somebody I knew.
You're kidding.
But get super weird stuff, like weird flavored jelly bellies and Takis and all that kind of stuff.
Not like newest, better made potato chips.
It'll be new stuff. I'm shocked by it because I wouldn't, everything I'm not willing to try, but.
So is that person, how do you keep your weight down?
Well, you figure you only have to take a bite of something. So for example, here we are. Limited edition blueberry pie cereal, a Great Value brand, so it's from Walmart. Or limited edition Star Wars Oreos.
Oh.
So that kind of stuff. Lay's ribeye steak potato chips from Taiwan. I know, right? I don't know that I would be willing to try that. Or Target, Carnival Days taffy mix.
So they taste it, they give their review to whoever the taffy company.
They posted online. Pringles coming soon. Carnita taco flavor, all dressed and spicy TNT with like a TNT box on it.
Whoa,
I know. It's amazing the stuff people get into.
that's kind of cool. You know what? You don't think that.
Mm-mm. Silly me. But I know who to go to. When I see something, I'm like, oh, I wonder how this is. Has anybody had this?
Oh, so it's a website that they put out there and they tell you where the new stuff is?
Um, $51,000 followers. Mhm. I know. It's been a day. And I forgot who yesterday said tomorrow looks light, we'll be done. And I knew that was it.
I hope it was me.
When I left the house and, are you taking lunch? No, I'm not taking lunch. We should be done. We have this gap in our schedule.
You know, when I did the doc, when I pulled the doc in, and it was like, I'm going to lunch, look at me. And I thought, oh my God, that's never happened. You know, sit down before next Wednesday, we're gonna have to, you're gonna have to tell me what you want to do for the thing.
I think 2 every half hour. Ken thinks 3. I'm open to trying. I mean, just like there was something else we tried. When it didn't work, we just stopped doing it.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, in persons. That didn't work for us. We did it for a couple of cycles and we stopped.
Well, I'm gonna go do discos until I hear voices out here. That's okay.
That's fine. Don't wait long because we're already,
No, I can hear you.
thanks.
Yep, so then your voice will come out.
Appreciate you. I was just about to call you.
You
know what I don't understand?
Which part?
We have 15 counts out there
Uh-huh.
for a guy that's on $1,000 bond. 10%.
Why?
Oh. You think this was the Kennedy assassination?
Yeah. 12:40, sorry, 1:40, we're going to start.
Okay.
I told Mary Ann, she's back there doing
I
dispose.
tried to get Mohammed, but he said, I'm not ready, I'm not ready.
Doesn't
You've got
matter.
How many weeks to be ready?
No, the issue is, the case was scheduled at 1 o'clock, I believe. We've had all this other miscellaneous stuff going on where you were available. Because I've seen the gathering out there in the
And
hallway.
he's been sitting in here. Making sure his 2 puppies,
Listen, you.
I know everybody knew, but that's an injustice to them to throw him into these.
So we're going to, we have to figure out, oh,
I'm gonna go tell him 140.
I just saw them walk by. Yeah, it's 1:37 by my clock.
Sure. But he's talking to every single person. He's running the show. Who do you want? Officer? No, he's throwing it in on that new guy. Well, he's got to learn. Right? Oh.
Wow.
The defense is ready to go.
Looks like Officer Garcia is going to tell all of them that the judge is ready to go in less than 60 seconds.
I gave him 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, it's 1:39. No worries. Anybody want to go get Miss Barron? Anybody,
Yeah.
anybody, somebody?
I
I'm gonna have to come off the bench and start. Good afternoon. I am super. How are you?
I do too. I've seen you before.
Uh-oh. You saw me when we scheduled today's date. Gone in the back. Had a little snack. This is 240286 FY, State of Michigan versus Almarati. May I have your appearances, please?
This is Gunnar Mathews with the people, P number 87297.
Good afternoon, Judge Hannah Barron, P 85265, representing Mr. Almarati. Mr. Almarati?
Amir Almirati.
Almarati, thank you. Today is the day and time scheduled for the preliminary examination. In this matter, there is count one, receiving and concealing stolen property, $20,000 or more. Count two, receiving and concealing stolen property, $1,000 to $20,000. Count three, receiving and concealing stolen property, $1,000 to $20,000. Count four, receiving and concealing stolen property, $1,000 to $20,000. Count five, forgery of license documents or plates. Count six, forgery of license document or plates. Count seven, possession of controlled substance, narcotic or cocaine less than 25 grams. Are the people prepared to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense prepared to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
Any preliminary matters, Mr. Prosecutor?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the people request an order of sequestration with the exception of our OIC. He may be testifying today.
Ms. Barron?
No objection to that, Judge.
Thank you. If there is anyone in this courtroom who may give testimony in this matter, now is the time to leave the courtroom. There are two persons, I'm not sure of their connection to this case in the courtroom.
We're gonna assist Mr. Almarati's family, Judge.
Oh, okay. If there's anyone viewing these proceedings who may be called upon to give testimony today or at any point in the future, you should stop viewing the proceedings immediately. Any other preliminary matters, sir?
No, Your Honor.
Any preliminary matters on behalf of your client, ma'am?
Yes, Judge, I did file a motion to compel, and I did receive a lot of the discovery that I requested in that motion. So I haven't received unredacted police reports yet, but I think we can address that downtown. So I would just revoke my motion for today.
Thank you. The court did receive the motion. It came in my absence, and yesterday morning received Mr. Mohammed's indication that the motion was filed at 9:22 p.m. on May the 13th, and the people had not had the opportunity to respond. And as much as Ms. Barron indicates that she'll take up the issue of the unredacted police reports downtown, ma'am, is there anything else?
No, Judge, thank you.
You may be seated, sir. My apologies. Your first witness, sir.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. The people call Officer Kiefer McCollum.
Once again, do you want me to go get him or somebody? It's just been that day. I'm okay with, sir, I'm gonna have you step to your right just a little bit so the office, yes, Mr. Prosecutor.
Oh.
So the officer can come up, put his. Nope, would you go to this podium for me, please?
Sure.
State your first and last name and then spell them both for the record.
Kiefer McCollum, KIEFER,
Would you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you much. Come have a seat in this black chair that's closest to me, please. My secretary, Mary Ann, is recording your testimony this afternoon. She's unable to hear you. I'll ask you to keep your voice up or move closer to the microphone, and please respond to the questions with yes or no, an audible response, so that the transcript of these proceedings are complete. Your witness, sir.
Good afternoon. Can you please restate your name for the record?
Kiefer McCollum,
Okay, where are you employed?
City of Dearborn.
In what capacity are you employed there?
I am a police officer.
Okay. Were you employed in that capacity on March 18th, 2024?
I was.
Okay, and is that address in the city of Romulus in the county of Wayne?
Yeah.
Yes. And why were you there?
Why was I where?
At that address?
Which address?
Forgive me, Your Honor, I lost my train of thought. Okay, on that day of March 18th, 2024, did your duties take you to 8230 Merriman Road?
Yes.
Yes. And then you have, okay, is that address in the city of Romulus County?
Yes.
There we go, sorry. So why were you there?
I received a flock notification on my work cell phone.
I'll stop you right there for a second. What is a flock?
Flock is a camera system that takes pictures of license plates.
Okay, this is law enforcement?
Law enforcement, yes.
Okay. Go on.
So I received a notification of a license plate that went through the intersection of Wickham and Merriman in the city of Romulus. The flock kit was for a blue Ram 1500.
Judge,
with-
I just object. I don't think that this is the best evidence available for this.
Your Honor, he's just testifying to how he got it. I don't think I'm asking for like the exact.
Judge, our court rules do demand that we use the best evidence available.
What are you suggesting is the best evidence?
Well, Judge, here the witness is testifying to viewing a flock notification rather than just showing this court the flock notification.
Wasn't a flock notification disclosed to you in discovery?
Yes, Judge.
Oh, then let's get to it.
Your Honor, I will add that I'm just asking this because just to get to the effect, to get him to explain why he got where he got there. I'm not asking him because this is like the crux of my argument here. I'm just trying to find out why he got there, how he got to this location.
Understood. Ms. Barron?
Judge, I just ask that it not be considered for its truth then.
Understood. Thank you, ma'am. You may proceed, Mr. Matherly.
Okay, so you got information that day?
Yes.
Okay, what'd you do with that information?
I got the information of the vehicle being in that area that we were looking into. I went to the area and I located the vehicle.
What area?
Of Wickham and Merriman is where the flat camera is. So
Okay.
that's where the vehicle was in that area.
Okay, and then what happened next?
I started checking lots and I ended up locating the vehicle at Spring Hill Suites in Romulus.
Okay, and then were you alone that day?
I was not.
Okay, and who were you with?
I'm on a team. We were called Special Operations. There was a team of 4 of us initially, and we all went to that same area after the vehicle was located there.
Okay, and let's see, were you in uniform that day?
I'm not in uniform. I'm in plain clothes and an unmarked vehicle.
Okay. And so what did you and your team do next?
We set up surveillance on the blue Ram. I observed it parked next to 3 trailers. 2 of them were enclosed and one was a jet ski trailer with 2 jet skis on it.
Okay. And what did you observe with that?
I observed a adult male walking around the jet ski trailer. It looked like he was inspecting it. He removed the cover from the jet ski trailer. He removed the seat. He looked into the engine compartment. At one point, he's holding a long, like, red lanyard that's coiled, and that, to me, I have knowledge of jet ski trailers, and that's like an ignition key. It looked like he attempted to start the jet ski trailer. He eventually put it all back together, put the cover back on, and then went back into the blue Ram.
Did you get a good look at this person?
I was far away and I was looking in my mirror. I didn't have a good look up who he was.
Okay. So then, after observing all this, what did you do next?
I observed him enter the blue Ram and then leave that location and drive to the Speedway gas station.
How did you know he went to the Speedway gas station?
We followed him
You
there.
followed him. You say we, who was with you?
It was my team. It was me, Corporal Champagne, and Corporal Baker. Corporal Baker happened to already be in the Speedway gas station parking lot, and the blue Ram went there.
Okay, and then what did you observe once the blue Ram got to the gas station?
I just observed it pull into the gas station lot, and then the surveillance at that point was turned over to Corporal Baker until it left the gas station. That's where I come back into it.
Okay, and did you notice anything about these trailers that you saw back at the?
So after the blue Ram left the gas station, it went to the Magnuson Hotel, which is just next to the Spring Hill Suites. Once went to the Magnuson Hotel, the driver entered the hotel. At that point, we felt comfortable approaching the vehicles, the trailers. I approached the jet ski trailer and I recorded the VIN off of the jet ski trailer.
And when you say VIN, can you explain what a VIN is?
It's a vehicle identification number. It is the serialized number for all vehicles, all like cars and trucks have them. It tells you who the vehicle's registered to, where it's registered, if it's stolen or not, things like that.
Okay, and what did you do with this information?
I provided the information to Corporal Baker.
Okay. All right, no further questions.
Thank you. Your witness, Ms. Barron.
Good afternoon.
I just have a couple questions.
Sure.
So you testified that you were conducting surveillance near this hotel, is that right?
No.
Okay, where were you conducting surveillance?
We responded to the area of the flock camera and we stumbled across the truck at that hotel. Then we established surveillance there.
Okay, so eventually you were doing surveillance at this hotel, is
Yes,
that correct?
yes.
Okay. And while you were conducting surveillance, were you equipped with body camera?
No,
And were any of the officers you were with equipped with body camera?
no, it's not common practice for us to wear body cameras.
Okay, and you did testify that you were in an unmarked vehicle, right?
Yes,
So was that vehicle equipped with dash camera?
our unmarked vehicles do not have dash cameras.
Okay. And at some point, and if you don't have knowledge about this, let me know. At some point, did one of your fellow officers create a video during that surveillance?
Create a video?
Take a video?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that video taken with?
My department cell. It was I took a video and it was with my department cell phone.
Okay. And okay, so that was your video that you took while conducting the surveillance. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
And that was the only video that you took during that surveillance?
Yes.
Okay.
And that was just him walking around the jet ski.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect, sir?
Yes, thank you. Just for clarification, was that same truck that you were surveilling back near the trailers that you observed?
Yes.
Okay. And did you Can you describe those trailers for me, please?
Sure. One was a jet ski trailer. It was like a double jet ski trailer, could fit 2 jet skis on it. One was like a longer enclosed trailer, black with I think it had like a silver door, and I don't recall what the third one looked like. I'd have to see the images of them.
Can you describe the vehicle?
It was a blue Ram 1500 with the improper license plate of David Edward 72276, I believe.
How did you know that it was improper?
So this vehicle was a suspect vehicle in a crime of a stolen trailer in Dearborn. I had prior knowledge.
Objection to anything beyond the scope of this witness's knowledge.
I mean, he observed when
I think that this witness, I think we haven't heard a foundation for the testimony that we're receiving.
did you learn that?
Hold on one
information?
second. So where are we with the objection?
Okay, I was going to say that if he learned this information from his investigation while on there, then I think that
Your response to her objection?
it was, could you refresh? I'm sorry. Could you refresh your objection?
Lack of foundation.
Okay. How did you know this?
Hold on one
information?
second. So are you withdrawing your question and laying a foundation?
Yes. How did you know? Okay, how did you know this information?
I had prior knowledge of the plate being improper through lien.
Okay, and from lien,
I would object to that as hearsay.
him observing a lien would be hearsay. That's him just conducting his job and observing a report from other police.
And Judge, evidence from lien is hearsay. Information from lien is information that has been collected from different declarants. And now we're here in court, and those are out of court statements. They're hearsay.
I would say that lien is not hearsay, and it's certainly not in this situation, not being used to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
I just vehemently disagree with that.
I understand, Ms. Barron. You may proceed, Mr. Matherly.
Okay, so from lien, what did you do? What did you do with that information?
I just knew that the plate wasn't registered to a blue Ram 1500.
Okay. Did anything in particular stick out about this blue Ram 1500?
It was this suspect vehicle from a trailer theft in Dearborn.
Objection.
Okay.
Lacks foundation.
Thank you.
No further questions.
Ms. Barron, no. Ms. Barron, is there anything else for Officer McCollum?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Officer McCollum, you may step down. Your next witness, sir.
Yes, Your Honor, the people call Officer Baker.
Thank you, Crova. Officer, if you would come all the way up to this podium in the middle for me, please. Now, if you state your first and last name and spell them both for the record.
Matthew Baker, Matthew
Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir. Please come and have a seat in this black chair that's closest to me. My secretary is recording your testimony. I'd ask that you keep your voice up. If she's unable to hear you, I'll ask you to either speak up or move your body closer to the microphone, okay? Your witness, sir.
Your Honor, this is AK Mohammed, the record P86771. I'm requesting permission to stand by the attorney of record and further assistance if the court.
Stand by, like literally stand by?
Yes.
The only concern I have, Mr. Mohammed, is I don't want you standing in a way that blocks Ms. Barron's ability to see the witness. Okay, Ms. Barron, is there any objection?
No, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Officer Baker, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, can you restate your name for the record, please?
Matthew Baker,
Where are you employed?
Dearborn Police Department.
Yeah, and who are you? So you're employed by the,
City of Dearborn.
yeah, in what capacity are you employed there?
I'm a police officer.
Okay, and then were you employed in that capacity on March 18th, 2024?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and on that day, did your duties take you to 8230 Merriman Road?
Yes, it did.
Okay, and is that address in the city of Romulus, the county of Wayne?
Yes.
Okay. So what did, on that day, were you employed by yourself or with a partner?
By myself.
Yeah, okay, so were you in uniform?
No.
Okay, and were you in a vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, was that vehicle marked at all?
No.
Okay. So what took you to that location?
We had a flock hit from a vehicle that was wanted. It was a Bolo, a Be on the Lookout from another agency.
I just have continuing objection to anything about the block hit.
Is it because they're not producing that notification?
Yes, Judge, I don't think that this court is receiving the best evidence.
We passed the matter during Officer McCollum's testimony, and I thought that there was efforts being made to locate that page so that we could dispense with this objection. Were you able to locate the flock notification?
And Judge, without that, I would also argue that it is hearsay. That it's a matter of asserting for out of court statements from the law.
He's going to what?
He's gonna go grab it. I thought I brought it.
Okay.
I apologize.
Ms. Barron's objection is the appropriate objection, and it's indicated we passed the matter to locate the document.
I will state for the record, Judge, we're not introducing anything into evidence. He's just testifying to what took him to that location. And I believe the best evidence rule applies if we're introducing something into evidence. We're not doing that here. It's just testifying as to why he's there. And, you know, officers routinely get flock notifications to go to location. So I object to her objection. I don't think.
You can't object to her objection.
I
She's
don't
allowed
think
to object and represent her client.
I understand. I just don't think it's a proper objection. It doesn't apply in this situation.
It's an objection that the court heard, and I'm sure you heard as relates to lien, and I expected it to relate to flock as well. Ms. Barron, was there something else?
Just that if the judge, or excuse me, if the government doesn't want to rely on this evidence, then I think we could just move on. I don't think it's particularly relevant why the police officers were there.
I'm sorry.
The government is stating that they're not introducing this for the truth of the matter asserted, simply to show why the police officers were in the area. And in that case, I think we could just move on. I don't think that this court is particularly interested in why they were there, if they were there.
Well, you make the objection. So once you make the objection, we want to address it. And if your objection is that it's hearsay because the allegation made by the statements made by both officers now is that they were responding to a stolen car versus we got a notification. In response to the notification, we went to the area. Is the second one better for you or less objectionable to you?
No, Judge.
Okay.
If the government is not trying to introduce it for the truth of the matter, I think this officer could simply testify to the area that they were in and then proceed from there. But
That we just happen to be in the area of Wickham and wherever the cross, Merriman?
yes.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
Yes.
But Judge, it creates reasonable suspicion as to why they're there. And it creates reasonable suspicion as to the investigation to the individual and the vehicle. So it is relevant. And if we're going to consider it hearsay, then it's effect on the listener. Why are you there?
It's your case and you present it how you wish to present it. But if you know that Ms. Barron's objection is going to be the same for flock, the same as it has historically been for lien, and her office has historically made these objections as to lien, you prepare your case to not engage in a line of questioning that's going to get to the objection. Let's start with, you were in the area of such and thus a thing. Or if it's going to be the flock camera notification got us to be on the lookout for this blue ram, then you have the document that you will rely on to better explain why you, or start to explain why the officer was in the area. I mean, it's probable cause. It's the preliminary exam. Let's get where we're going with these trailer and the jet skis. So you've now located the document that would satisfy Ms. Barron's concerns?
Yes, APA Gunnar Matherly has, the attorney of record has retained those documents and will present and publish it to the court. Sure.
Yep.
Mackenzie, thank you. When you get a moment. Approach me so you can give them to him unless you have a copy for him. Thank you.